This conference will now be recorded.
Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for joining. This is Alicia from the South Florida Regional Planning Council, and we'll get started in just a couple moments. Happy Friday.
Hello.
Good morning, Representative Geller. Thank you for joining.
Can you see me?
Your camera's off, but I can hear you just fine.
My camera's off. What do I press? Share my webcam?
Yes, sir. Now we can see you. Oh, thank you.
My pleasure. Is that other guy on? What's his name?
The one whose last name's the same as yours?
Yes, I'm on.
I had it first, though. Hi, Isabel. Isabel, I had you at first, and now I'm not seeing you.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning.
All right. Sound check. Thanks.
Great. All right, we are ready to begin. To remind everyone to please mute your microphone so we can make sure that everyone can hear the speaker. So we're having feedback. Could we just make sure everyone go ahead and mute? Okay, perfect. And that way we can make sure that we can hear all the speakers. This meeting can be accessed from the South Florida Regional Planning Council website by clicking the link. Could we go and mute everyone's microphone, please? There you go. Okay, thank you. So this meeting can be accessed from the South Florida Regional Planning Council's website by clicking on the top of the page, the link. Again, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you're dialing in, please unmute yourself by dialing *6. If you wish to be recognized, we have a chat box, so please try to use that method. We can possibly do some visual recognizing, but there's so many screens, and so it's easier to go through the chat, and that way everyone, we can make sure it's proper, it's in order. If you appear as caller by phone in the attendees list, you can update your name by right-clicking on your name and then identify yourself in the chat. So let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I see Senator Representative Geller, if he can lead us. Senator Geller, sorry, he can lead us in pledge.
Make up your mind. It's one or the other.
Sure.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If our Isabel, Ms. Carvalho, if you can call the roll for the South Florida Regional Planning Council. Please remember to unmute yourselves.
Chair Bailey, Kathy's going to go ahead and call roll now.
There's some problem with my computer. Ready?
Thank you.
Cold Iron. Corradino. Fur.
Here. Hello.
Garcia. Geller.
Here.
Gilbert. Goldberg. Kaufman.
Here.
Leonard. Martinez. Monestein. Ross. Udine. Ziotti.
Here.
Andriotta.
John Moore is on for Jason with DEP.
Thank you, John. Mayors.
Here.
Lynn.
Here. I'm also with Shireen Yifan.
Thank you. And Chair Bailey.
Present. Thank you. And Mr. Lenahan can call the roll for the Treasure Coast.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go by county. So starting off with Indian River County, Commissioner Peter O'Brien.
Here.
Alternate Commissioner Joe Herman.
Here.
Commissioner Susan Adams. Alternate Commissioner Laura Moss.
Here.
Mayor Ed Dodd.
Here.
Alternate Councilmember Honey Manous. Mayor Brian Foley. Alternate Councilmember Patty Fanuk. St. Lucie County, Commissioner Kathy Townsend.
Present.
Alternate Commissioner Franny Hutchinson. Commissioner Sean Mitchell. Alternate Commissioner Chris Sadowski. Vice Mayor Shannon Martin. I'm sorry, Mayor Shannon. Alternate Councilman David Pickett. Commissioner Curtis Johnson.
Present.
Alternate Commissioner Thomas Perona. Martin County. Commissioner Doug Smith.
Here.
Alternate Commissioner Harold Jenkins. Commissioner Stacy Hetherington. Alternate Commissioner Ed Campy. Mayor Eula Clark. Alternate Vice Mayor James Campo. Palm Beach County, Commissioner Maria Marino. Alternate Commissioner Melissa McKinley.
Here.
Commissioner Mac Bernard. Alternate Vice Mayor Robert Weinrock.
Here.
Commissioner Greg Weiss.
Here.
Alternate Mayor Dave Kern. Mayor Ann Gerwig. Alternate Commissioner Joe Peduzzi. Vice Mayor Robert Gottlieb. Alternate Mayor Christine DeHassett. Mayor John Linden. Alternate Commissioner Herman Robinson. Councilman David Norris. Alternate Vice Mayor Chelsea Reed.
Here.
Gubernatorial appointees, Douglas Bernique. Michael Houston. Michael Davis. Reese Parrish. Ex officios, Lois Bush of FDOT.
Here.
Kathy LaMartina, South Florida Water Management District.
Here.
Jason Andriotta, FDOP. John is here for him. Lorraine Cargill, SFRTA. Okay, that is our roll call.
Thank you.
I don't know whether.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the joint virtual workshop today that we're hosting. I must admit I'm a little sad that we couldn't be in person. So hopefully, I'm sure the next one will definitely be in person. I wanted to start off by saying happy birthday to Senator Geller. I can't sing, so I'll play a little bit of a song if you guys can hear it. So happy birthday. Any words, Senator Geller?
No, thank you. I turned 63 yesterday, and at that age, we stopped celebrating them and look forward to them with dread. The only other thing I say is after 20 years in the legislature, they age you like dog years. So I really am 163. And I think I look pretty good for 163, but sometimes I feel every day of it. So thank you, Mario.
Happy birthday. We have a special award. If Vice Chair Townsend can, I guess, join me virtually. If you look to your screen, our Executive Director, Ms. Carballo, she's holding it up. We wanted to recognize a very special person, Representative Joe Geller, who has just been very, very helpful. And it reads, on behalf of the South Florida and Treasure Coast Regional Planning Councils, thank you for your steadfast support of the Florida Regional Planning Council. Your diligent efforts over 3 years and final passage of the quorum legislation in 2020 made it possible for the SFRPC and the TCRPC to continue our public service through the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we just want to thank you. Vice Chair, do you have any words? Vice Chair Townsend?
Good morning. I too wish we could all be in person. I don't really have anything else to add except I'm looking forward to the conversation with you, the South Florida Regional Council, because I know together we're going to bring more value. So it's great to be here.
Definitely, pleasure. Representative Geller, any word and about that? It took a while, 3 years, and so we're so appreciative because a lot of times because we're 3 counties, sometimes it was tough to get quorums, depending, and especially with the pandemic. So, any words, Representative Geller?
Joe, you're on mute.
Just that the rest of the state didn't really appreciate the distances that we were talking about that people had to travel. And we were finally able to persuade them that this was a good idea and is something that needed to be done so the council could do its good work. Other than that, I'd like to join in wishing my brother a happy birthday. I've seen all of them, and he's aging like fine wine, getting better. So I'm very happy to wish him a happy birthday. And a little personal tidbit, he shared that birthday with our late father. So thank you very much. I appreciate this very much, and we'll continue to be there for you in the legislature if there's anything I can do during my remaining time there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Isabel, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to personally say that Joe Geller, Representative Geller, really did move mountains in order for us to have this legislation. And as a former legislative aide, I will say that behind every good representative, there's a really good legislative aide. So I also want to go ahead and recognize Joel Ramos, who really dogged this issue for years to assist the representative. So thank you both, Representative Geller.
Congratulations again. So now, if Vice Chair Townsend, we're gonna kick it back over to you. I kind of recognized you a little earlier. Any additional comments about today's meeting? I'm very, very excited. This is a very important meeting. Us representing so many just residents of Florida, and in the both council areas. And so I'm really excited. Like I said earlier, I wish this could have been in person. I'm kind of, hopefully this is my last virtual meeting for a while.
I don't really have anything else to add, except I'm just going to mimic what you just said, and I'm looking forward to next year where we can all be in the same room together.
Great. Thank you. Next, we will have 3 questions by Frank Bernardino, who's a partner at Anfield Consulting. I'm sure everyone know he's a leading force as it relates to anything water. I've been seeing him very frequently in Tallahassee. Got a chance to make it back to South Florida, and the change of the weather had my voice very scratchy. So hopefully it's not affecting you.
Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me. Yes, awesome. Well, first of all, thank you to both council chairs and the staff for organizing this session. I think it is continues the path that we've been on. We have previously met together, and one of the critical issues that we focused on has been water resources management. You have adopted resolutions independently and collectively that have called for greater transparency in terms of identifying the needs that the state has, and greater investment by the state in water infrastructure in general. Today we have an incredible lineup of speakers that are going to talk about some of the progress that we've made in both of those areas, but we're nowhere near being done. As you listen to their presentations, there's 3 things that we're going to ask you to keep in mind. Try to listen for the things that are working. We have very, very varied programs in different areas of water supply, wastewater management, flood control, and there could be lessons learned from each of these that could apply to other areas. Also listen for things that the speakers may reveal that is not working, things that we need to change perhaps statutorily or with regard to how these programs are administered, all in the hopes of identifying specific actions that we'll be able to take as a group to help us address our common challenge. After these speakers are done with their presentations, we're going to take on that challenge and we're going to identify priorities and next steps. And so this is a very exciting time. I think this discussion is going to be very productive, and hopefully we'll continue to, again, move this ball down the field. So with that, I turn the meeting back to the chairs, and so we can have our first speaker.
Thank you. Right here.
Good. Okay, next we're going to discuss the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and implementing the Senate Bill 712. This was the water bill that DEP was given, and they had a lot of homework assignments and stuff with septic issues.
And various other things. Yeah. And we have Deputy Secretary John Truitt of DEP to speak to us today.
All right, good morning all. Thank you for having me. So it's good to be here, joining a very important conversation surrounding regional and state efforts to protect Florida's water quality. At the state level, we'll go ahead and highlight a couple updates surrounding Senate Bill 712. Leader Mayfield sponsored this bill during the 2020 legislative session. It's an environmental milestone for Floridians, foundation for state, local, and county leaders to continue building upon the water quality enhancement efforts. During our recent implementation efforts, we've been pleased with the amount of engagement and input we've received from local leaders, regional stakeholders, many of which are on the call today. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and go over some key updates on our implementation. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, Senate Bill 712 and the Clean Waterways Act is probably one of the most comprehensive water bills we've seen in many, many years in the state of Florida. This is just a couple of the main highlights that we saw. We've discovered, historically that power outage at wastewater facilities frequently lead to discharges. So we have contingency plans in 712 for power outages to minimize those discharges. There's also been concern historically that sometimes these wastewater discharges are due to inappropriate levels of investment by a utility. So we're going to put a spotlight on that. It provides for financial records from the disposal facilities to DEP. That'll all be public record. Everyone can kind of see what's going on with utilities in their area. It's also going to be detailed documentation of the fertilizer by ag operations through DAX, and then that information will come over to us, and our ecosystem side can have that for BMAP implementation and those types of water quality improvement projects. It also mandated that we update our stormwater rules and design criteria. Those haven't been done since the late 80s and early 90s. And there was a fundamental regulatory change of septic tanks. Not only did the program move over from DOH to DEP, but it also had us start looking at regulating them from a point of nutrients. So starting off, I have a slide kind of for each topic. So reuse, it's update the rules to account for modern practice and technology. We had the Potable Reuse Commission report, Advancing Potable Reuse in Florida. And so it's starting to incorporate that. We are handling this in a two-phase stage. So phase one, which is done now, it really involved us opening up the drinking water and wastewater rules and kind of cleaning out either some provisions that were not relevant anymore, or cleaning out those provisions that might hinder implementing reuse. In phase two, internally, we've kind of divided that up into two pieces as well, an A and a B. Phase two is the really implementing the reuse side of it. So part A was marrying up the wastewater and drinking water provisions, those chapters that need to link for the reuse to work. We've finished that. And so phase B, which is what we're working on right now, is actually implementing the potable reuse. And as part of that, I know there's been some public surveys done to find out, what Floridians think of reuse. It was actually very positive results. We had a majority of people that were favorable of direct potable reuse, and many people were favorable of direct potable reuse specifically to protect the environment, to ensure that other waters were not drained down. So that was very good to see. Next slide. So our wastewater collection systems, this is a very large overhaul. Previously, our jurisdiction for the actual collection system itself, we could not demand a study for infiltration and inflow or those types of things unless an event in the collection system caused a problem at the wastewater treatment plant. So it was a very reactive after the fact type system. Under Senate Bill 712, we now have the direct jurisdiction over the collection systems the entire time, not just after an event occurs. So in this area, this is where we included the power outage contingency plan. It's also going to mandate that the wastewater utilities do inflow and infiltration studies and leakage surveys, and then use that information to develop their pipe assessment, repair, and replacement action plans, which will be submitted to the department. It's also going to update the setbacks for collection systems and drinking water wells and lines and reclaimed water lines. Those were a little outdated. New emergency response plans to address hurricanes, which have to be looked at every year now, and the reporting requirements for the non-compliance events, such as overflows and bypass. It expands the information that goes to the state watch office, which not only helps a better response result from that, but it also increases transparency. We put a lot of those, with those pollution notifications that go up on our website. We have thousands of people that had signed up to receive those. So as we're nearing the final version of these rules, which will have to go in front of the legislature for ratification due to the cost implications, right now what it's looking like is the infiltration and inflow studies will be used to determine 5-year planning chunks, including evaluation of 25% of the collection system every 5 years, and then the associated pipe replacement plans. And it's also going to mandate that wastewater utility systems identify all the satellite systems that connect to those systems, such as smaller lift stations that may be owned by homeowners associations or something like that, that they didn't have in their map. And then there'll be the annual reports they have to submit now that are going to outline the items that they've completed and the expenditures each year. And again, that's not only to provide regulatory oversight, but it increases the transparency. Those reports, we will compile them all and submit them to the legislature every year and the governor. And so for all of those utilities that had a spill in the previous year, for anyone that is interested, they can go back and look and see, was the utility doing the right thing in terms of its studies and its improvements and its capital expenditures. Next slide, please. Biosolids. So there was, as part of Senate Bill 712, we had a biosolids technical advisory committee previously that had made recommendations to the biosolid regulations to protect our waterways from runoff and nutrient loading. And we had finished the rulemaking. It's chapter 62-640. And that rulemaking had to be ratified by the legislature. And so that ratification was included in Senate Bill 712. And so the rule went into effect June 21st of this year. And what it focused on was the uptake of nutrients, the soil type that you're using, and the groundwater table. Those were the big primary focuses of this rulemaking. So it cut back on what you can apply from multiple fronts and requires extra monitoring. So not only did it tackle the runoff issue that you can get if you apply too much, but it also tackled the percolation issue that could get to a groundwater table, which would then move it to another surface water. As an example, I just grabbed a sample permit that came out about a month ago. If you looked at, I had my folks analyze it. If you had done it under the previous regulatory regime, for example, January of 2019, what was in place then before the attack really kicked off? In this particular site, you could have had 130 acres that you could have applied to. You could have applied 340,000 gallons per year with a maximum nitrogen per acre of 240 and phosphorus per acre of 35. And the setback was 400 feet from surface water bodies. If you take that and go under the current regulations now, it decreases the application acreage from 130 to only 60, increases the setback to 1,000 feet, and cuts the total gallons per year from 340,000 to only 96,000. And that reduces the nitrogen per acre to only 55 and the phosphorus to only 8. And that's based on the crop that's being fertilized and the uptake to minimize and ensure we don't have runoff problems. So that was a very, very large change to that regulatory regime. Next slide, please. So stormwater. As I mentioned before, our stormwater regulations and design criteria have not really changed for a little over 30 years. So we are currently in the rulemaking process right now. We had formed a technical advisory committee, and that committee just had another meeting 3 days ago now, actually, All of those meetings, we have a dedicated website for each one of those things. So if you wanted to Google Florida DEP stormwater TAC, you could go and pull up all of the minutes and videos from all of the prior meetings. So that was our 13th meeting. They're focused on looking at basically everything with the stormwater system. You're looking at permitting standards, maintenance requirements, evaluating new technologies, additional monitoring requirements, water body impacts, and updating the best management practices. We also presented a summary of our TAC meetings to the Blue Green Algae Task Force in August for their review. And if they want to comment, they'll provide some comments for us. The TAC meeting this week should be the last one, and they'll formalize some recommendations, which will then incorporate into the rulemaking, which will go through next year. Our goal is to complete that rulemaking before the end of 2022. We presume that rulemaking will likely also require ratification by the legislature. So we want to make sure it's in front of that body in the 2023 session. Next slide, please. So on-site sewage program, that transferred, like I said, it transferred from the Department of Health to DEP. It was effective July 1. What that means is the permitting for septic is done by the county health departments in each of the 67 counties. So we have a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Health and those county health departments that their staff will continue the permitting. But there was 11 headquarters staff from DOH here in Tallahassee that moved over to us on July 1. And the direction in Senate Bill 712 was to not only look at septic from the pathological contamination perspective, but also to recognize that septic can be a potential source of nutrients to water bodies, where it gets into the groundwater and then can quickly migrate over to surface water. So we have formed a technical advisory committee in that as well. That committee, again, is looking at the items very similar to stormwater. So new technologies, appropriate setbacks, appropriate size based on lot size and all of those ideas. They will finish their meetings, I think the first week of December, if I'm correct, and provide recommendations, which then we can take into rulemaking to not only bring up, like I said, new technologies, because there are many now compared to what there was 20, 30 years ago, but also to look at these setbacks, which are currently in statute. So we would present that rulemaking, and then we would expect the legislature to act again to remove the setbacks that are in statute. And next slide, please. The last big item was the agricultural best management practices. And so in February of 2021, DAX referred a number of parcels for enforcement to DEP. And there was quite a few other parcels that they had removed from the list because it was determined they were not doing agricultural activity anymore. And what these referral over were agricultural sites that had not signed up to do the best management practices, which include the setbacks and moderating runoff and those types of things. As of last week, 67% of the parcels that have come over to us in May are in compliance. Most of them in that arena just required outreach from us. Our lawyers and staff were quite busy in that outreach with that number of parcels to let them know that this is in effect and that they needed to sign up and implement those best management practices. So it was more of an educational issue rather than a willful non-compliance issue, which is good to know. And we're working on the remaining ones. Only 14 parcels are greater than 100 acres. So that's good. The other remaining ones that either haven't responded or we've received pushback from are much smaller. We have had one parcel that officially said they would not comply. So that'll be a case that we will need to send over to the Division of Administrative Hearing. This will be the first one where we go in front of a judge and see what they say about the requirement to follow these best management practices. And last slide. So again, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and give those updates on Senate Bill 712. We've been very busy at the department. At one point in time, I think we had 35 rule chapters open for rulemaking. They all happen to be in my side of the house in the Division of Water, so that was pretty busy. Our folks have done an excellent job at plowing through this, and I think we've made a lot of very good progress. And with that, I'll open it up if there's any questions.
Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask?
I do.
Okay, being first.
Thanks. First of all, I appreciate the progress being made very much. It's nice to see. I think for all Floridians, I think very much appreciated. My ears perked up a little bit when you were talking about the wastewater treatment and going back to potable reuse. When you did the survey, did you actually do a survey where they were talking about potable reuse back to drinking water? In other words, a full reuse? Because I know there's always been like a bit of an ick factor there. And
yes, sir. And that was a very pointed question. It walked through all of the different options of reuse and then specifically called out, it showed the definition of each one, and they did address direct potable reuse. And like I said, it was more than half of the people were actually supportive of that, sir.
Well, I'm glad to hear that actually, because I think there are a few places that's already happening, and that kind of would inform, I think, counties and large wastewater treatment plants that level of advanced water treatment plan is doable and would be acceptable to people, because I know when we're looking at the outfall treatments up and down the coast, most of our plans don't go to that extent, and I think this might help inform those managers, those elected officials, that yes, this is doable and acceptable. That's a big step, and I commend you on kind of going right at the question, because I think that is the most of us have a hard time doing to the partial reuse, because we don't have the infrastructure that can sustain the secondary treatment water. We don't have all the purple pipes everywhere. We can't put them everywhere. So this going all the way back to use of water is interesting. Do you see that? Are you seeing any wastewater treatment plants trying to go to that, trying to create a wastewater treatment plan and facility to that extent? When money's
yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've had a few plans come in. Obviously, with the rulemaking ongoing, they don't want to get too far ahead of the direct potable reuse. But we have had several that have reached out to talk to our technical folks. We've got some really sharp engineers that can kind of help them not only anticipate what the rule requirements might be, but to actually go over the process itself. So we've been very pleasantly surprised with the engagement we've received in this area.
Have any of those been in those areas that concern these two regional planning councils? I know I'm asking a pointed question here.
Sorry, I don't believe, sir. I don't believe so. But if anyone's on and knows better than me off the top of my head, I may be mistaken. But I don't think so, sir.
Mr. Secretary, there's also the opportunity to follow up. So if you would like to add additional information to that question, our staff, our executive director, Ms. Carvalho, and Mr. Lanahan, they can definitely get it out to everyone. And speaking of that, Senator Geller asked for copies of the presentation. We'll make sure that those are emailed out. For some reason, they're not included in the packet, but we'll make sure we get those to everyone. There are a few questions that we have in the chat, and I'll turn it back over to my vice chair to go through those questions that we have in the chat.
Can I just ask one more thing there, real quick?
Oh, sorry, of course. I apologize. I didn't know if you were done.
That's
so
okay.
My apologies.
I'm almost done. In addition to the presentation, could you please send us that survey?
Yes, sir. We have it up on a website, so I can get the link to the website that has the other information, but it also includes, a video and a PowerPoint deck that shows that survey's results.
That'd be great. Isabel, if you could kind of get that to us, that would be wonderful. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner O'Brien has a question. Commissioner O'Brien, are you still there?
Yeah, it wasn't really so much a question, just a statement. The sewer inspection requirements of Senate Bill 712, we have to buy a special television truck to run a television or camera through the pipes and stuff and hire a couple people. So just complying with the requirements of Senate Bill 712 in our budget this year was a $1.4 million hit. So, while it all sounds good, there is a cost to all this. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
And then Judy Orcutt has a question about discussion requiring the septic inspections. Are you still there, Judy? Wait, Frank.
Yeah, looks like Frank answered that question, that a bill has been introduced this session that would require inspection of septic tanks. I don't know if you want to maybe expound on that a little bit, Frank?
Sure, actually, there's two pieces of legislation that have been introduced this year that are going to be pertinent to this. One would require inspection of sanitary sewer laterals. The goal of that program is to create an incentive whereby the state would pay for the cost of those inspections, and any individual that does not avail themselves of that opportunity would then be required to pay for the cost of that on their own. But if you do participate in the program that would be proposed under that legislation, then both the inspection and improvement of that sanitary sewer lateral would be paid for under a new program that would be created by the state. That's one piece of legislation that's out there. A second piece of legislation that's out there is intended to promote higher frequency of inspection of these systems, given the limited resources that the state has. And so it would incentivize the private sector to undertake those inspections, and it places certain limitations on the department from being able to charge additional fees above those that the private sector would charge. And it also would, there's one of the things that's controversial about it is how it deals with access to private property, and how these private companies would be able to access private property in order to undertake the inspections. But there's at least two pieces of legislation that the legislature will be considering this year related to the inspection of septic tanks and systems.
Okay, thank you.
About the mandatory connection.
And then Judy also wanted to know about the mandatory connection policy. Is that moving to the FDEP? Will it be enforced?
Secretary Truitt, are you still available? I think.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay,
I did not. I apologize.
No problem. Vice Chair, tell me.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Deputy Secretary, if you can answer that question. Are you getting the?
If you can repeat, sorry, I think that he missed the question, so if you can repeat it for him. Sorry.
I'm sorry, what was the?
Sure, I think he missed the question. If you can just repeat it for him.
Oh, okay, sure.
So there's discussion about requiring septic inspections, and how about the mandatory connection policy that's in the DOH regs, and will it be moved to the FDEP, and is it going to be enforced?
For the mandatory connection policy that's in the DOH regs, I have not heard of whether that will be definitively moved. So if it doesn't, I wouldn't speak to whether that agency would enforce it or not. If it is moved, I would say that our agency certainly takes those regulations seriously. We've upped enforcement on quite a few issues over the last 4 years. I would presume that would be the case if that came to us too.
Okay, thank you. And then there's also a question wanting to know, is there a state standardization inspection procedure in place?
A standardized inspection procedure in place for which, are we talking about?
Assuming septic tanks?
Yeah, they didn't specify, but the assumption would be for septic tanks.
Okay. So there is a standardized procedure that's supposed to be implemented by all of the 67 counties. I know as part of the rulemaking, our TAC has had discussions already on whether that inspection procedure is appropriate, if there should be anything else that should be added to it. So I presume there would be something to that effect in our rulemaking when we get those recommendations from our TAC.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that's on the video that has any other questions before I turn it back over to Chair Bailey? Okay, seeing none, Chair Bailey.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that presentation. And again, it will be sent out to everyone. The next speaker is one of my favorite. She just brought us great news in Tallahassee when she presented the long-range financial outlook about how much funding that the legislature will have this year. Today, her role is a little different. She'll be giving an overview of their office responsibilities, the Office of Economic and Demographic Research. The presentation will cover, can we make sure everyone's muted? Okay, the presentation will cover annual land and water assessment, stormwater and wastewater 20-year needs analysis, and analysis of future expenditures to minimize the adverse effect of inland and coastal flooding. And we have Amy Baker. So welcome, and you're recognized.
Good morning. I'm glad to join you this morning, and it's appropriate that I'm actually bracketed by the folks that spoke before me and are coming after me, because we're kind of a cog in this bigger discussion is what is happening with water supply, water quality, and climate change in Florida. So our direction, our focus plays on the strength of our office, which is not the regulatory side, is not reinventing the wheel, but more approaching these issues from a statewide perspective. So trying to bring together many different reports, many different analyses, and also kind of trying to focus on the financial projections and focus on the economic consequences of not making appropriate investments at the right times. So with that, we have kind of three pieces that are working together now. They all key off of an annual assessment that the legislature started requiring us to do back in the 2016 session. And so we call it the Land and Water Report, and it's available on our website. But the first edition actually came out in January 2017, but it mostly focused on land conservation. So it's a more recent editions that are more important for the water discussion. The other thing we'd note is we try to keep it as a evolving, updated document. So there's really no need to go back and try to look at prior editions. If you wanted to, you can get everything you need from the most recent edition, which right now is January 2021. We're getting ready to release January 2022. And we cross-reference back to the earlier editions where it's necessary to do so. So for water resources, our function is broken into two pieces. The first, both of them are looking at historic and projected expenditures and what revenues are available and what different partners have brought to the table for it. But in terms of water supply, they have a specific goal for us, which is the estimate the expenditures necessary to achieve the legislature's intent that sufficient water be available for all existing and future reasonable beneficial uses and the natural systems. So what that required us to do first was to develop a statewide water supply, water demand model, because the legislature for financial projections and economic projections needs to see the data year by year. So it needs to be an annual report. And they do better if you collapse it into a statewide analysis, zeroing in on where there's different problems and then bringing those uniquely to light. So for us to do that, we had to blend, particularly from the water management districts, all the work they had done into statewide projections that instead of 5-year increments, for example, deal with each and every year of the forecast, but also try to bring some consistency where water management districts, were using more specific assumptions that related to their area. So we had to blend across those as well. Our model draws very, very strongly with very little deviation on the unique water supply projections coming out of the water management districts and at the sub-water management district levels. So we were able to draw on that and spend more of our time where we can bring value to the discussion, which is the water demand side. So we've developed this model. We've had 2 early iterations make it into our report to kind of shed color to the discussion. Again, trying to maintain consistency with what the water management districts were doing, but just put it in financial terms and in legislative budgeting process terms. So we've been focusing in terms of water supply primarily on after we do the analysis of supply and demand and try to determine if there's any short-term gaps, those that might occur earlier in the process but not be there later in the process, for example. Looking at what our tools are at the statewide level that we get engaged in. So that ends up being the alternative water supply projects and primarily the recovery or prevention strategies associated with the MFLs. So we've spent a lot of time trying to cost those out over the 2020 and now 2021 to 2040 period to give those numbers to the legislature and show them if we don't continue to invest, what the consequences are. So the financial projections are very far along and they're continue to be refined. I would say the economic consequences are the next big piece that we have to bring into this discussion. And to do that, we really had to spend a lot of time with the utilities, which over the past year, we've really made that a focus of our outreach. And so the end of the day, what you're trying to get to is kind of a determination of any gaps where our needs are greater than the dollars being invested. And then with a particular eye of what the state has been doing and whether that's keeping up with even what we would staying at that level going forward would suggest as a percentage of the total project. So in water supply, no surprise to you all, we're very much the minor player in it. If you look both across the alternative water supply projects and the recovery or prevention strategies associated with the MFLs, the state investment is probably at this point only about 10% of the need. So we're not a major player, but in the overall cost of this, but that is also an important fact for the legislature to know if they wanted to speed up this our participation and how much progress we're making, what room there is for them to do that. The other piece of this is water quality, sort of the same analysis. We're looking at all the expenditure needs, the identified needs that are out there, and what the economic consequences are of not stepping up to the plate to see these projects through to completion. Basically, our tools for the statewide involvement on this one are the total maximum daily load development, the basin management action plan implementation, and also the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan implementation, the SERP. So we've been spending most of our time in those areas, but there's quite a few additional areas that we need to be bringing into the report in future years. So this one, I would say we've got the bulk of where the investments are being made for water quality, but there's some big notable gaps that we're continuing to work on to get a more complete picture. So those two approaches make up our annual assessment of Florida's water resources. But as we came out of the 2021 session, there was two more pieces that were linked onto our annual assessment. And both of those have been things we'd already started working on, but were nowhere near as developed as what we did during session. So the first one was a stormwater and wastewater infrastructure bill in House Bill 53. And for a lot of the folks on the call, you've heard me talking about this already. We've been hard at work on it since the beginning of the summer. Originally, EDR's role was supposed to be a back-end role in developing the data and analyzing it and doing cost projections. And incorporating that into the assessment. But after the bill passed, we spent a lot of time talking to both the stormwater and wastewater utilities and local governments. And what became clear is that it would be helpful for EDR to be involved in the front end and to be a partner in how the data was being collected, so that when the information came to us, it was more complete across the state, and in terms that we could quickly pull it together and do a widespread analysis of it. So at this point in time, we break this project into actually three pieces. Stormwater is the first one. We've been working with a lot of local governments and different associations to put together a template. That template is now out on our website and available for people to bring down. There's a Excel version of it for actually completing and submitting. And we've got some informational documents and worksheets that deal with growth rates and different issues that just came up on our website this morning on that one. So that one is pretty complete, except for providing more guidance, answering questions, and providing technical assistance where we can. We break stormwater for our purposes kind of into 5 buckets that we're concentrating on. One is routine operations and maintenance. Another bucket is in terms of expansion projects, those related to flood protection and those related to water quality. And then we have a separate bucket related to the replacement of aging infrastructure. That's been an issue the legislature has been hearing about and raising questions about, so we're going to try to narrow that down. We're also going to be relating on or doing a piece on stormwater as it relates to initial resiliency initiatives related to climate change at the regional and local level. So those would be kind of the key features of the report that we would ultimately put together next summer. Wastewater, again, we've had a lot of assistance, a lot of folks helping us put this together. That one is probably going to be released, at least a template, sometime next week. It's very, very close. We're doing some final meetings to finalize language at this point. So it's close to being released. That one is going to be focusing on effluent management, effluent water quality, and projects that are part of resiliency initiatives, the replacement of aging infrastructure again, and then finally septic to sewer conversion information. So again, those are kind of the topic areas the legislature focuses on. So we're going to be trying to work with that. The needs analysis that the local governments and utilities are charged with putting together are actually due on June 30th, 2022 to the counties. The counties have about a month till July 31st, 2022 to compile the reports. We've hopefully made the templates in a way that that's going to make their job much easier. And then that all of that information is sent to EDR, and we have to get all of our analysis done and into the 2023 edition of Florida's Water Resources and Conservation Plans. So this one has been a major task for us to bring up over the summer, but in terms of assistance, we've had a lot of folks really step up the plate and be helpful in trying to put this together so that we're best able to present information that will be meaningful to the legislature in that 2023 session. There's also a requirement, the stormwater and wastewater require that interaction with the local levels to develop those needs assessments. There's a separate requirement relating to drinking water that's just on EDR that requires us to essentially survey the utilities. We've been working on that survey, and it also is very close to release. If we're lucky, we'll also get that out next week. That will provide some additional information that's important to the legislature as well. Then there's another piece we were charged with out of the 2021 session, which is the statewide flooding and sea level rise bill, Senate Bill 1954. That required us to take the statewide annual assessment in a slightly different direction altogether, but an important one. So it's looking at our part of that bill. It has lots of responsibilities for DEP that are in it, and some other folks as well as funding opportunities. But our portion of the bill relates to what if future expenditures are needed by the federal, state, regional, and local governments to achieve the legislature intent of minimizing the adverse economic effects of inland and coastal flooding. And the idea is what's needed to reduce the likelihood of severe dislocations or disruptions in the economy while preserving the value of real and natural resource assets to the extent economically feasible. So we've been, our work is underway in that project as well. To the extent possible, we're also going to be bringing in the cost of resilience efforts. And those will, the flooding we're talking about here is everything related to sea level rise, high tide events, storm surge, flash flooding, stormwater runoff, and increased annual precipitation over a 50-year planning horizon. So this one, this year, will be more setting the stage, what our long-term plan is for this one. And we are in the midst of some exciting opportunities for partnerships from our perspective with USGS and several other entities. So hopefully we'll be able to announce those partnerships and how we'll be interacting with them as we release this year's report. We're, again, not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're trying to take advantage of the modeling work that has been done by several different entities already and make our efforts more focused on costing out what's needed, what's required, what's been identified to deal with these issues. And then finally, I would mention that it didn't come out of legislation, but there is a huge House project that's underway. That's a risk assessment project of a variety of different risks to the state and what is needed to prepare us to meet those risks in terms of what cost would be coming into place if those risks were actualized, what would be the damage to the state, but also what are some feasible and responsible interventions that could be taken to reduce that risk. And that project has many, many elements to it that we're involved in, but very importantly, it's going to touch on water quality, water supply, climate change, drought, flooding, and then the effects of increased frequency and severity of storms. So, all of these things are overlapping on the same issues. So we're working to make sure that everything is consistent from our perspective across from it. And many of you all have been involved in various parts of those projects, including the risk assessment. So we're sharing the workload on that one with a lot of other folks. But big tasks, and that is kind of the crux of what we're looking at right now.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for that presentation. Very, very informative as always. There's a few questions that I see. But before we get to those, I just got one quick question for you. Later, we're gonna kind of adopt our regional priorities kind of for this year. And I might have missed it because I was trying to monitor the chat and also and the texts that are coming in for different questions. But can you give like a brief highlight of what we're looking at for revenues we're going into the session budget-wise? And so as we're formulating our regional priorities, we can have just if that's not putting you on the spot, just a brief grasp of what's funding looking like for the legislature.
This is going to be a very unusual year in terms of general revenue. Our unallocated general revenue, which is the amount of money that's going to be available to us at the end of the year. When we did the long range financial outlook, which looks at what's likely expenditures, what's normal expenditures, even if we work through that, we had a significant projected balance that would be available to the legislature. The most important part that you all would need to be aware of is that multi-billion-dollar balance that's going to be available is largely non-recurring, which means in terms of ongoing programs, it's going to be problematic or challenging to find ways to fund those in the way we like to, which is from recurring revenues. But in terms of investments, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of initiatives that may be very costly, but they're time limited, that large pot of non-recurring dollars is very important to allowing those kinds of projects to go forward. And I know the legislature is keenly focused on trying to roll that balance out over multiple years. So allowing, for example, some of these studies, some of the rulemaking initiatives that DEP has been required to do, the analyses that we're being required to do on stormwater and wastewater and drinking water to allow these things to provide data. So it's not like we all have to rush in, spend the money this year, or it's not going to be available. They're right now very keenly focused on kind of a rational rollout of those one-time dollars into needed investments and, you know, into all of these different issues and others, so that the money is available over a couple years and not gone in year one. I would tell you, since we did the summer conferences in August, and since we did the financial outlook in September, the outlook in terms of revenues is actually even better. We will not have our final conference that the legislature will use for their budgeting until January, but based on what we've seen over the last couple of months, we'll be increasing the estimate at least by the increases in the balances we've seen. So at this point in time, between whatever, all the things that have been done and successfully making it through the hurricane season, we could be adding quite a bit, hundreds of millions of dollars to the estimate, if not more. So the story is, for me, and free advice is what it's, how much you pay for it's how it's valued. But my free advice is think investments, think, you know, not necessarily one time, meaning 1 year, but short-term investments, maybe over multiple years, and really use that to, you know, help the legislature figure out the best way to deploy this money.
Thank you. And one quick just follow up. And when you spoke about that big pot, and I just want to make sure that we know the numbers. So I think when you reported, it was 5 billion non-recurring additional and roughly 2 billion recurring. Is that correct? Or
it works oddly, because at this point in time, assuming we have no more disasters, no more events, any money that's left at the end of this year rolls forward into their budgeting for next year. But what was recurring this year becomes non-recurring when it rolls into next year. So you're gonna roll forward a significant amount of money from this year, and then you're going to be adding to that if we add money to the forecast next year. But 7 billion is probably a reasonable number to think about at this point. The more important number will be the January number.
thank you. And we have two questions from council members. First, I'd say our Councilmember Smith, and Councilmember Geller. So we'll start with Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Amy, thank you for all of that update. Two questions, actually. One, in the presentation of all the different features, I'm just curious about biosolids and innovative technology, where that plugs into your overall conversation, and where the planning sort of horizon is for that piece of the water side. And then the second question is really focused on what you were just talking about. So the roll forward funds, or the additional funds that you're projecting for this year, has the legislature or anybody given any sort of heads up or guidance relative to matching those dollars to the potential, and I think still potential, of the ARPA funds, and how the state, or certainly our region, could maximize the usage of the funds you're talking about, but in addition to matching them up against the ARPA funds?
To the first question, we are doing our best to not get too far ahead of DEP and their rulemaking and their different initiatives that they're bringing up this year. So they're hard at work. A lot of the things they're doing are going to have spillover effects on, no pun intended, on us in terms of costing things out as we go forward. So we're trying to sequence as best we can our work with what they're doing. So I would say, biosolids in terms of being a discrete issue that we're reporting on and focusing on. We're probably a year away from that. It's just to allow some of those things to unfold. Some things we couldn't help. Stormwater, we're getting a little bit ahead of them, but that's because we're dealing with the needs assessment. We're not ahead of them in terms of having any regulatory role, but in terms of costing out what the impact would be. We're going to be reporting before those rule developments are clearly known yet. So the sequencing is going to be a little tricky over the first couple of years. But our intent, yes, is to continue to work down this road. In terms of the second question, in terms of what's meetings and decisions, we're at the front end of the legislative budgeting process now. So appropriations committees are already meeting. They've heard largely from the different agencies on their legislative budget requests and what their priorities are. Before too much longer, we'll be receiving the governor's budget, which is always a key starting point for the legislature's work. So we'll see what they've actually included in their request shortly. I think there's lots of discussions of lots of different investments now. The broader risk discussion will be on the table. Investments in schools, to the extent they can identify some of those that are needed, and other areas. So it won't be entirely a water focus, or even a broader water and climate change focus. There'll be other people on the table with their initiatives too. So my best free advice again would be, focus on things that you all can call for together, because that's going to raise your voice more loudly than if you have 67 individual ideas or even regional ideas. I mean, where you can have common needs, common discussions, and speak with one voice, that's always helpful. The last thing I would say is, after years of being engaged in this, I would say the harder years for the legislature are not when they have to cut the budget. That's painful to do, but they know they have to do it, and they come together and they do it. But the years where you have money, and we haven't had a year like this ever before, those are very, very painful. So many ideas, how to choose between them. So anything you can do to coalesce and speak with one voice is probably going to be helpful.
And thank you for that. And that's perfect for later today.
I was going to say, I think that's exactly the perfect segue for where we intend to go. Our discussion, Amy, just so you know, has been trying to amongst the two regional planning councils, is to set some really like once in a lifetime type goals, and how can we as the 7 counties that make up the 2 southern regional planning councils, how can we put forward something that can be generational, if you will, and sort of maybe one-time, big-time projects that would be multi-generational type projects. And so I really appreciate your comments and what you had to say, and hopefully that's where we end up today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next queue, we have Councilmember Geller and then Councilmember Furr. So Councilmember Geller, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really more of a comment. I just wanted to say that when I was still in the Senate, Amy Baker was head of EDR back then, and she is really a treasure for the state of Florida in a time where things have grown increasingly politicized. Ms. Baker is, one of the last honest people left that you can really have complete trust in her assessments. And know that they're not political at all. And she's been, I don't know how many years she's headed EDR, but she's really, really done a great job. And I just wanted to let everybody know that we're really fortunate to still have Amy Baker heading EDR. That's it.
Agreed. Like I said, she's always one of my favorite speakers. So it warmed my heart to see her on the agenda today. Next, we have Councilmember Furr. You recognize for a question for Ms. Baker.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate Commissioner Smith on his new arrival of his daughter Amelia. Is that right? Yes, that I think that's wonderful. Second, this was the first time I've had a chance to hear Ms. Baker, and I was very impressed and would love to see some of those models. One of the things when you were speaking, I was wondering if your models make a case for using advanced water treatment to actually help replenish the aquifers, and if you have ever looked at trying to do that. As you probably know, most of the outfalls up and down our coast, we are essentially doing deep well injection. We don't know where that water goes. And, if there's an opportunity to maybe try to replenish those aquifers, and what I was wanting to know if the models would show where the priority was up and down the coast, because as Commissioner Smith was talking about, I think we're looking to do those once in a generation, once in a lifetime, projects. We've got 5 outfalls, and we kind of need to know where would we start if we were to be doing something like that. Where's the need? Where's the priority? Where's the aquifer most in danger? Those kind of things. So does your modeling show any of that? Does it show a good case for trying to replenish the aquifers, or does that make sense at all?
Ms. Baker?
We are doing some work on that. And oddly enough, the risk assessment that is the house project is kind of looking at a variety of those issues too, because it's trying to identify efficient initiatives that, maybe lower cost, but have the biggest bang for the buck. So we're trying to do some of that analysis for that project, as well as for our assessment too. We haven't done it in the past, so if you went back and looked at last year's assessment, you wouldn't see anything on that in there, but I think you will likely see some things come out, after the first of the year.
Do you have any modeling for down here that would inform us and that would help us kind of prioritize what we're looking to do here to regional planning councils?
I would say not that it would be helpful to you right now. The work we're doing on the risk assessment is more from a statewide perspective. What we would do is we bring it into our annual assessment would be more detailed and more specific to regions, but it's that won't be in this year's report. It'll be in the following year's report.
Okay, I actually see in the chat that Palm Beach County is already doing this a little bit. So kudos to them. Maybe we can learn something there.
Also, Ms. Carballo and Mr. Lanahan, if once the House complete the project study and have some information, could you make sure that we get that, because I think it would be very helpful. Like Councilman Furr and all of us as we move forward and kind of plan and select priorities. So, any other question for Ms. Baker before we move on?
Mario,
Okay.
could I make a quick comment?
Of course.
Very quick. I just want to build on what Senator Geller said. I cannot express enough gratitude to Amy and her staff for the job that they've done on the report to date. This report came about as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 552 in 2016, and it was a direct product of the work that Commissioner Smith, McKinley, others, I don't want to leave anybody out, had done previously in wanting to have the state put on the record what our needs are. And not only did they take the charge as written in statute, but they went above and beyond and have really embraced this entire effort. And I think they're doing the state one of the greatest services by doing the work that they do and putting out the report they do every year. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again, Ms. Baker. If everyone will take out a pen really quick, we're going to slightly modify the agenda. After Lieutenant Colonel Polk, we will have the Executive Director from the South Florida Water Management District, Drew Bartlett, to provide a few comments. And so if you guys can make a note of that, and I'll turn it over to our Vice Chair now. And thank you, Ms. Baker. Excellent presentation as always.
Thank you, Chair Bailey, and thank you, Frank, for recognizing the others. So that is correct. We have Executive Director Drew Bartlett that's going to join us, and the Lieutenant Colonel from the Army Corps, Todd Polk, is going to be taking over the next item, and he'll be introducing Ava and the rest of the speakers.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you for being here.
All right. I'll get started real quick, and then I won't delay for Ms. Velez to speak on our presentation here. So good morning. Again, thank you all for extending an invitation to join the Joint Planning Councils this morning. And I'm Lieutenant Colonel Todd Polk. I'm the Deputy Commander for South Florida on behalf of Colonel Jamie Booth, and the new commander for the Jacksonville District. This is a very exciting yet daunting task that we face. And from the federal level, it's one that we know here in South Florida requires nothing less than a comprehensive and collaborative approach to take on the very broad and complex challenges ahead. So for the Army Corps and the Jacksonville District, we're moving forward with a flood risk management infrastructure resiliency study, focusing on the most immediate risk to those changing conditions. So to explain this in much better detail, I will hand this off to Ms. Ava Velez. She's our Chief of the Ecosystems Branch and certainly no stranger to the water issues in South Florida, and has been a true force for pushing change at the state and federal level. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Ava.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. I believe Mr. Bartlett was going to speak. Is that right?
I think he's going to go after your presentation. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Good morning again. Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. May I have the next slide, please? So our thoughts that we wanted to share with you today is that as we see all of you thinking about water issues in both the Treasure Coast and South Florida and all across the Eastern region, we are with you in understanding that in order to build community resilience, and looking over at that image on the right, that has lots of different parts to building community resilience and quality of life. We know that we need to collaborate. And in order to do that, the packaging of programs and projects and services should work together, right? And so what is the Corps' role in all of that? Knowing that we need to work together with our state government, with our local governments, and our tribal governments as well as with the public, to make sure that we can address building more community resilience across South Florida. Next slide, please. So the Corps of Engineers, our role in the water resources in the southern part of the state begins with the Central and Southern Florida Project. And so that image on the left, many of you are familiar with it. beginning with Lake Okeechobee, and all of those blue lines that you see across the landscape are the Central and Southern Florida project, which Congress gave us several purposes that provide benefits to the people of Florida. So that includes flood control, navigation, water supply for many different parts of our communities, including agriculture, municipalities, industry, Everglades National Park, groundwater control, and salinity control. Those are all parts of how we look at water supply within the CNSF. Then enhancement or preservation of fish and wildlife, and recreation. We do all of this in partnership with the South Florida Water Management District, as well as the Water Management District works with all of you in order to provide additional benefits and resources to the people of South Florida. Next slide, please. So how do we think about resilience? How do we think about moving forward? How do we put everything together, and how does the core fit into that? We see that the CNSF system of canals and levees, Lake Okeechobee, the Everglades are the great connector, because they are part of the ecosystem, the watershed part, the land side, and they also move water to the coast where we have significant changes in sea level, as well as climate change affects the whole system. So what we see is that the CNSF brings us all together, and that is where the core fits into that larger picture. Next slide, please. So understanding the CNSF is key. And what I've got here for you are some images of Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties, but they're representative. Certainly we have similar overlays of our mission areas across the South Florida ecosystem. And so if you look on the left, you'll notice that those blue lines that I showed you before of the overall CNSF system are still on this image, right? You've got the aerial and you've got Lake Okeechobee on the upper left. And those blue lines represent the canals and levees that move water for flood control and water supply, and for all of our other congressional purposes from Lake Okeechobee or from other areas through the region and connect to the coast. And so if you look over on the coast, you'll notice that the Corps also has coastal storm risk management projects that we do with our local counties, but also our partners. So we've got here in Palm Beach County, you can see those are kind of in that light yellow color, as well as in Broward County. And so you can see how they fit on the landscape together. We also have navigation projects that are part of building community resilience. And then we have, as Ms. Baker mentioned earlier in her presentation, the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan that is a modification to the Central and South Florida project. So that initial set of levees and canals and structures and pumps that provide all those benefits are being modified by the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan to provide additional storage and flexibility and operational changes to our system to protect the Everglades, but also provide for flood control and water supply needs of the region. And so lastly, I want to show you the overlay of the South Atlantic Coastal Study. And if you see those shaded blue areas over along the coast, they're just representative of one of the focus areas of that very large study that helped us understand the significant risk to the entire Atlantic coast, but also that our coastline in the southeast part of Florida has the most urgent need as it relates to climate change and sea level rise. And so how do we bring it all together? What we're thinking is that the operations, how we move water in the Central and South Florida project are the basis of adaptation, and they form the context for all other actions. Next slide, please. This is another example of Miami-Dade County. And so it's a similar image that walks you through. You can see those light blue lines there representing our levees and our canals of the Central and South Florida project. You've got the Everglades on the left side, and then as you move towards the east, you see the urban and human environment, but you can see that that system connects us from the Everglades over through the urbanized environment in Miami-Dade. And those little dots, those white dots with red outlines, those are the coastal structures. And so you can see how the watershed is provided those flood control and water supply benefits from that same system, while also experiencing the significant changes in sea level rise from the coast. Then you can also see our coastal storm risk management projects over those beach renourishment projects, navigation projects in Miami Harbor, and then our additional study. If you look at those yellow areas that are overlaying the most recent study that's still in progress called the Miami Back Bay study that looks at critical infrastructure in addition to other things in Miami-Dade County. And so as you look at that, you can also see that the Everglades Restoration Program is has significant improvements to this area as well. And so again, the Central and South Florida system is that interconnector where we add facilities, we add storage as part of Everglades restoration, we add protections to our coast with beach renourishment, we add protections to our critical infrastructure, and then we connect them all through that backbone system. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of a word version of this discussion this presentation that I've been giving to you in the map version. So I just want to highlight one more time that how it all comes together is that the conditions and operations of the CNSF system, the benefits of SERP, all those additional storage areas, stormwater treatment areas, improvements to operations, and climate change science will form the context of that new study that Lieutenant Colonel Todd Polk mentioned at the very beginning, which is the Central and South Florida Flood Risk Management Infrastructure Resiliency Study. And so it brings together the watershed and the coast. And it was authorized as a new study in the President's budget for fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. Now, the way that we address or consider adaptation of the CNSF could come in different ways. And so this is an example of the measures that we could consider in the future or that are already being considered or approved as part of our existing mission areas that we just described. So for example, if you look over to the right, this is a cross section. Think of the coast as you're coming inland. So examples of things that we do already in the landscape to provide resilience would be beach and dune restoration. And as you go inward, you can see that they change depending on where you are on the landscape. So kind of in the middle, you see the addition of stormwater treatment areas and reservoirs or drainage improvements related to the canal system, additional levees or flood walls or existing ones. And then as you go towards the human environment, you could see that we might have to do improvements to critical infrastructure. And so at the top, those are just the terms that we use within the core to identify these different actions that we could take: natural, structural, nature-based, or non-structural. So you'll hear those terms being thrown around. That's really all that means, is each of those can fit into one of those categories. And so the last piece that I'd want to leave with you on this slide is that we consider America's Everglades to be a natural and nature-based feature that protects the entire CNSF system. If you think about Everglades National Park and that entire mangrove area, as long as we protect those areas and as long as we protect our natural areas along our coast, it does provide and build our community resilience as well as our CNSF system. Next slide, please. So the details of this new study, let's start with what is Section 216 and what is that authority? So it allows the review of the operation of projects constructed by the Corps in the interest of navigation, flood control, water supply, and related purposes. So that was the CNSF system fits within that context. And so this is some authority that we already have to study existing infrastructure because of changed conditions. And so we know that we have changed land use, we know we have changed population, we know we have changes in climate change, and we have sea level rise. And so in this new study, the South Florida Water Management District would be our non-federal sponsor. And we would look to reduce the most immediate risk to changing conditions. So we have some guidance that we would need to follow following an actual appropriations bill. So we don't yet have an appropriations bill from the Congress. That's something that's taken a little longer this year. And so once we actually have that bill is when the Corps actually receives the funding in order to begin the study. So we got the new start from the president's budget, we got the yes, but the funds are not here yet. And so as soon as we get those is when we get to begin the study together with the South Florida Water Management District, and then we would sign our agreement with them. Want to also make sure that I mention that this study would be the beginning of the comprehensive work. We believe that we would still need a comprehensive study authority to look at the entire CNSF system for all 16 counties. And so with that, I'll try to leave some time for Mr. Bartlett and for some questions. Next slide, that concludes my report. I do have some backup slides on the program should we need them. I'll turn it back over to you, Drew.
Drew is aboard. I think if you want to invite him to.
Hi, Drew. Morning.
There we go. Thank you, Chairman.
Nice to see you.
Yes, very good to see you. Good presentation. It really captures the crux of the challenge we have in South Florida. I know I've been at the Water Management District for 2.5 years. And when I came on, resiliency was like one of those priorities that you just can't ignore. It's like a priority. You have Everglades restoration, which kind of dovetails in with resiliency. But we knew we had to really put it in overdrive here at the Water Management District. And so first we hired Dr. Carolina Moran, who you all know, and he'll speak to you shortly, to really give you the overview of the Water Management District. But her and the team at the district have really been putting together plans, opportunities, grant applications. So we're pursuing FEMA BRIC grants. We're in with both feet in the statewide resiliency plan to pursue those funds. Totally engaged and excited to be a local sponsor for 216 study with the Corps. And as everyone would recognize, this is a massive endeavor. This is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $billion endeavor to really try to take a very comprehensive look at South Florida, at our current infrastructure, and to figure out how to basically adapt it to sea level rise and climate change. We are seeing the effects now. We've done some retrofits in the past decades, but it's really time to put this program together that is repeatable, systematic, and really makes our way across South Florida to make sure that we are doing what we can to, prepare for the future, essentially. Now that's sort of the basic overarching approach for the South Florida Water Management District, but certainly Dr. Moran will have some slides and a presentation that she can show you after the break. But really, it's exciting for me to be here, and I appreciate the time.
Is there anybody that's on that has any questions at this time? I don't see anything in the chat. Everybody's quiet.
It's a dreary day in South Florida, right?
Yeah.
It's a jury days here on the Treasure Coast too,
Yes, getting some much needed rain.
but we needed the rain, right?
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll have one question.
Somebody just said they had a question.
Senator Geller.
Okay, so thus far I've been telling people in Weston and other western parts of Broward to prepare for alligators on their lawns and to be prepared to be underwater in 7 to 10 years. Any reason I should change that?
And so I'll take that, Ava. I think that, and Senator, you've been very good at sounding the alarm, and I think that's very helpful for all of us because the awareness at the state and federal level is critically important. And so it is an absolute need for us to look at the flood control system, you know, behind the salinity barriers to get those evaluated, retrofitted, so that it can continue to provide the level of service that it did so well 10 years ago, right? So, you know, your language is extreme. I would appreciate that, but you know, that is something we got to deal with, right? That flood control is going to be different unless we take action to retrofit it.
Drew, the point that I'm making is that Dr. Gerardo has indicated that based upon current expected rates in probably 7 to 10 years, we will be overtopping. We will simply not be able to drain Western Broward well. And my understanding from the Army Corps is that if everything goes the way we want, then maybe it's 12 or 15 years, but that's probably not realistic before we have everything done. So under our best case scenario, we'll only be underwater for 4 or 5 years. And therefore, you know, I'm encouraging people to build arcs out in West Broward and, you know, have their rafts ready and things like that. If you're telling me that I'm wrong, tell me that, but thus far, nobody has told me that I'm wrong under any scenario I keep hearing. And if Army Corps would like to clarify, the fastest we will get this done is probably 4 or 5 years after the flooding starts. Again, these are projections on flooding. On nobody knows exactly on sea level rise, but I think we're only what, like 1.5 inches or 2 inches, 3 inches from overtopping and not being able to drain.
6.
So that is certainly at king tides. That is how close we get to overtopping some of our structures in Miami and Broward. And so what we worry about is we're in a king tide, it's tropical storm season, then you have a storm surge and you get a lot of rain all at once. That's a flooding condition, right? That is what we're nervous about. And the timeframes, I'll let Ava speak to that, but that's what concerns me as well, Senator. And that is why I am pursuing FEMA BRIC grants. I'm pursuing state funds. We're not waiting on the Corps. Ultimately, looking at the entire CNSF and retrofitting the entire CNSF is a super expensive endeavor, which is why I encourage the Corps to continue because federal funding would be extremely helpful down the road. But when it comes to Miami and Broward, we're applying for funds now. You know, we're out there planning, designing, getting everything ready. So if the funds come to our doorstep, we're ready to actually do some retrofits.
I'd like to clarify, I am not blaming either SFWMD or the Corps. I'm just saying that this is very, very expensive at a time where government, I don't think, is going to end up really having that much money. And even if they do, the timing, you know, I'd like to hear from the Corps, but I believe that we were told previously by Colonel Kelly that the best case scenario was 12 or 15 years, and that he said, well, that's if everything goes right, and nothing ever exists where everything goes right. And so if the Corps was correct in their timing estimates, and if Dr. Harado is correct in her timing estimates, even if all the money was there, which it won't be, it's, time to build arcs, because I don't see how we're going to drain Western Broward during heavy, heavy rains, even without king tides. Please tell me I'm wrong. I hope you can tell me I'm wrong so I can sleep better at night, but thus far nobody's been telling me I'm wrong. And I'm not hearing anybody tell me I'm wrong now.
Good morning, Senator Geller. I recall that meeting. I was there with Colonel Kelly. I thank you for your continued advocacy for Broward and for continuing to hold us accountable in our part to make sure that we are your partners in adding resilience to the system. You're right, the system is seeing effects today, as Drew mentioned, and the urgency of improving the resilience of the CNSF system is definitely of significant importance. It's why we're adding storage to the system. It's why we're looking at the operations the way that we are. And so I admire and respect Dr. Harado incredibly, so I would never go against her technical assessment of something that she certainly has studied in Western Broward County. What I will tell you is this, is that we are already working right now to add storage and flexibility to the system as part of our Everglades restoration program. Specific to the CNSF resiliency study, let's talk about that timeline. So the president's budget gave us that new start this year. And when we get the appropriations bill, we've heard it's likely to be early next year to get those funds. So we don't have them right now, and it's November. We're hoping, we've heard that it'll come early next year. Once we get those funds, then we can negotiate our agreement with the water management district. So let's say that we have a signed agreement in order to begin the study by the end of the fiscal year 22. And then we have 3 years to actually develop recommendations. So that puts us in 2025. Those would be recommendations that we would take to Congress. If everything goes well, as you suggested, sir, to a Water Resources Development Act that is supposed to happen every 2 years, and that would be 2026. So let's say we get a recommendation, then we all collaborate together for this initial study in 3 years, and it goes to the Water Resources Development Act for consideration by Congress in 2026. That would then give us the opportunity to do the engineering design and construction of features to help add resiliency to the CNSF as part of the federal part. Not that we don't already have projects ongoing, because we do. Not that the Water Management District's incredible level of service work is not going, because they are, as you know, sir, as well as Broward County's work. But in terms of this specific study, it would be the first opportunity that we see for consideration by Congress would be 2026. And then after that, we would do engineering, design, and start construction. And so if we're in 2021 now, and we would have let's say 2 years of design, the first work that we could see would be in 2028. That's the fastest that we could see starting work on that particular study, while we're also seeing all the other work we're doing in all the other areas that I mentioned earlier.
Mr. Chair, if I can follow up on that just briefly.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Velez, I agree with the timetable you said. The caveat were, I believe that Colonel Kelly said that there were probably a small minority of the projects that go to the 2026 project are actually going to receive funding. Number one, I don't recall the exact numbers, but I think he said that they might fund 5 out of 30 or 40 or something like that. And I was getting the impression that less than 20% of the projects will actually be funded in the Water Act, number one. And number two, you are mentioning when the construction could start at the earliest, I think was 2028, but I think that the completion dates that they were talking were something like 2035, if I am correct. And I'm going from memory now. And if we're talking, I'm just saying, if we're talking, what I said was about 15 years, if everything goes right, if we get everything funded, and I believe Colonel Kelly had indicated it was unlikely we would get everything funded in 2026. But even if we did, at 2035 is the earliest date that we can expect completion, but I really am expecting it'll be after that. Is that correct? I hope I'm wrong, but.
So, sir, what I would tell you is Colonel Kelly's remarks on that day were talking about. Remember, we have two steps. We first have to have an authorization by Congress, and then appropriations. And when we seek appropriations, we compete at a national level. And so he was trying to give us some insight as to all the different considerations that our appropriators have to think about at the national level when they are funding the needs of our nation. And so you're right, we would have to compete. And I would say that this group of people that we have together today would be essential in the advocacy, the urgency, the communication to everyone so that this stays at the top of the list, sir. Unfortunately, I can't speak to what our appropriators might do in 2028 or in 2026, but certainly I can answer any further questions you may have.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, can I be recognized?
Yeah, one second. Madam Vice Chair has she's over this portion, but I have a question I was trying to get in. So if you could, Madam Vice Chair, okay.
Chair Bailey, go ahead.
Sure. And so Broward County was up in Tallahassee, great presentation talking about trying to get funding for the study. Got two questions. First, the funding that you're looking for is the first $2 million. Is that correct? Because if so, I have an innovative idea. Is it?
So we, from the Corps' perspective, sir, I just want to clarify your question, because the Corps will have the funds that we need for the study as part of our appropriations bill. Is that question for Drew, sir?
Well, yeah. So I guess so that's contingent, not contingent. Like it'll happen once. Your earliest date is when that you would get those fundings.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat that question? I apologize. There was a little bit of background noise.
The funding from the federal government, because I think I have an innovative idea. So the earliest date that you can get the funding for the first study.
So the funding for the study will come in the next few months when the appropriations bill passes the Congress, sir.
Okay, so no, that answers the question. So I guess what they're doing in Tallahassee is if you're getting the funding for the study, it might not be needed. So, okay, I think I was going to suggest that we put together a joint ask our councils for an appropriation. So, okay, thank you. That's my question. Back to you. Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Furr, did you have a question?
Well, I was thinking along.
I'm sorry. I wonder whether there's a separate ask at the state level that I certainly don't want to be speaking for Drew on that piece. So I want to make sure that there wasn't some other opportunity that Drew wants to speak about that isn't related to the federal funding. Over.
So I have it in front of me. It's a $2 million funding request for the study, CSF resilience study. There's a pledge, Matt, from the South Florida Water Management District. It looks like 1.5 from, wait.
Yeah. So yeah, we have asked, so there's the statewide resiliency plan. They got appropriated like $600 million in the last session, not this session. And so we did apply for planning dollars, for science dollars, for design dollars, for engineering dollars. I mean, I think our total ask out of that pot approached $100 million. And so we have put in a significant, we put together, it's a draft on our website. Carolina will go over it in the next presentation, but what our resiliency plan looks like. But it includes a significant amount of requests to this for the state dollars through their resiliency planning effort.
Thank you. And the reason why I was asking that, because I just did, if it's impacting the entire region, I thought like we can assist versus having Broward County to go out alone, versus having like the councils putting a request to assist your efforts. But it looks like it's already in motion, and so it might not be needed. And that's for our later conversation today. But
I would never suggest that a joint council's support of it is not needed, because this kind of thing is going to happen every year, and it's statewide dollars, and so helping the state, Tallahassee, understand the importance of what we're dealing with down here is always appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Was there, Commissioner Furr, did you have a question?
Well, it was along those same lines. First of all, Drew, I want to thank you because it's obvious from your speaking that you understand the depth of this problem, and we appreciate that. And I share my colleague Commissioner Geller's urgent, sense of urgency here. And what I was wondering was, is there a place for a county like ourselves to front load the money and have it and be reimbursed later to get things moving? Because I think anywhere where there is a possibility, there's pinch points. We're at a pinch point waiting for appropriations, knowing that every month, every year is important, knowing that we have to kind of bridge those gaps when and where we can to limit the the exposure. And if I'm not mistaken, I thought Miami-Dade had done this before, where they had actually front loaded the money and got reimbursed. Are those opportunities available to us just to get things moving?
So I'm sure we could figure something out. I don't know the reimbursement sort of triggers and how that would work and how you'd lay that out. But that's certainly something we can try to work on and work out. I anticipate that the state will, on that funding pot, I'm anticipating the state will make some decisions on that within the next few months. And so we'll see if we get significant funding and whether we need to front load or have local government contribution. The one thing I would point out is I am focused on CNSF, the major structure, but there are improvements that are needed within the county systems themselves, like Broward County Drainage District, other secondary systems that feed to the primary system. As we're doing our flood protection level of service planning efforts on these various basins, we identify not only district issues, but local issues as well. So there's probably opportunities that'll float to the top to deal with critical pieces of the infrastructure that may not even be related. So what we do when we produce that, and Carolina will go into it, is something that's more comprehensive, where you will see that there are local level investments that are just as needed as the state level investment.
Yeah, I mean, and I know we've identified 18 of those gates that are right at the, and today's going to be a good test today because we've had a ton of rain and we've got king tides. So if today's a good day to get that arc out.
That's right.
But anyway, if there is opportunity to front load that and be reimbursed, let us know. I don't know what my colleagues on the dais would think, but I know all of us share this urgency because honestly, the Broward County is at tremendous risk here in the next decade. Thank you.
Agreed.
My understanding is we can front load and ask to be reimbursed, but there's no guarantee that we would be. And considering that we're Broward, the odds of the state reimbursing us are just not that good.
It would be nice to have it in writing.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that has any questions? Okay, and that's, and Commissioner Furr, that's correct. You know, at our level of the county, if there's something that we can do, Drew, please reach out and let us know what we can do so that we can discuss amongst our boards. Is there anybody else? I don't see anything else online. Is there anybody else that's in the meeting? Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner McKinley. Do you have a statement? You're mentioning, would you like
No,
to
I
say?
was just, in light of what Drew was saying about the resiliency plan, I just was noting that Palm Beach County is also looking, I think we just approved this week to spend about $500,000 doing an environmental water study to find out where our local funds are best spent in this whole system, at least on our end in Palm Beach County.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Okay, so I will turn it back over to Chair Bailey. I do believe that the speakers and Drew, you're going to be staying around for the next item coming up, if I'm correct. So, Chair Bailey.
Great, thank you. Also, could we go ahead and get, if staff can go ahead and send out copies of these presentations? Because if you're like me, I like to mark mine up and highlight, and I can't do that to my screen without still seeing you. And so if staff can go ahead and send those out now, we're scheduled to have a break, but I would like to, without objection, I would like to kind of muscle on through if you guys are fine without doing a break, because since we are virtual, you do have the ability to step away briefly. We were going to have a 10-minute break. Is there any objection for us just to go ahead and continue on? Seeing none, we're okay.
Chair Bailey.
Sure.
We are not able to get these out during the break because they're so large, but they will be available to anybody that wants them. We just won't be able to get them.
Oh, look, Isabel's got them posted already.
Wait, Isabel's already done it.
Shazam.
We did.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Isabel. Okay, there's
Isabel.
Check it out. She's quicker than I am.
She's good. Thank you, Isabel. We didn't think we'd be able to do it because they were so large.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And know you guys, if you have printers, you can print out, mark up, and you can follow along and jot your notes. And so we're going to move on to our next part of the presentation from the South Florida Water Management District Resiliency Effort. Dr. Anna Carolina, and I'm probably going to butcher your last name, so I'm going to allow you to. And thank you so much for being here, and I'm looking forward to your presentation.
No problem. Thank you very much, Chair Bailey. Let me see if we have the slides there. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Dr. Moran.
Great, thank you. So thank you for this initial introduction. I think we have a lot of the items that I'm going to be presenting here that we were able to discuss already in this very interesting initial presentation from the core. So can you move to the next one, please? So I will start my presentation by really highlighting some of the water management challenges and how they are really central to the discussion about resiliency. It's really not a coincidence that our first statewide resiliency initiative is really focusing on flooding and sea level rise, because building resiliency in water management systems really represents a large piece of the solution. So yes, we are talking about water management and resiliency, and of course we are talking about the CNSF project as introduced by Colonel Polk, Mrs. Velez, and also Executive Director Drew in this previous presentation. So just a brief overview on the history of the system. This was this is one of the largest management systems in the US. It was initiated the construction back in the 1950s in response to extensive flooding, major hurricanes that happened, the latest one in 1947. And it really, this project is what allow us to develop land and urban and agricultural here in South Florida. And it has been protecting the safety of millions of families and businesses until today. Next one, please. This project serves as the foundation for the creation of the district. So we are the local sponsor for that project, and we are just one of the 5 water management districts, not spending too much time on this slide, but we extend all the way from Orlando to the Florida Keys, serving a population now at 9 million residents, and with the 3 major mission elements here: ecosystem restoration, flood protection, and water supply. Next one, please. So if you can play the video, this is a video. Let's see if we can play it. If you click on the video, it might, yeah. So I think we brief about the vulnerability, and this is just to zoom in one of our coastal structures. So we recorded this video about a month ago, also during a king tide event. And what you can see there, yes, we are within a few inches. This, in this case, was about a foot off the top of the gate. And during those king tide events, we can see conditions can be exacerbated. So the tailwater elevation is really higher than our inland levels, and our system, which is a gravity system, then has reduced discharge capacity to then provide flood protection to the basins up. So here we can see the levels going up and then down during those king tide events. And anytime that we have the tailwater, which is the ocean side, higher than the inland, that means we cannot discharge with the current structures. So that's a summary of what I just said, just a brief animation here that shows we discharge by gravity, and we depend on this ocean side to be lower than our inland side. So with sea level rise and the increasing ocean levels in average, yes, we have limitations in the system already. And next we have, here is really an overtop that happened in 2019. So this is ocean water overtopping our gate and really defeating the purpose of protecting inland also from saltwater intrusion. And again, limiting the discharge capacity here. So what we see is that in addition to population increase, land development that we already discussed in the previous presentation, climate change and especially sea level rise are really exacerbating those system deficiencies. And so next one, please. So yeah, one more slide. I think we are repeating the video. Good. So yeah, what's clear, and we discussed already in the previous one, is the urgency to address the vulnerability of our system. And what we are doing is we are beginning to identify those priority projects in coordination with our partners, all the water management agencies, local governments, and really trying to identify funding sources that can help us to accelerate implementation. Next one, please. So back in May this year, our governor executed Senate Bill 1954, and Mrs. Baker talked a little bit about this bill a few minutes ago, and we discussed too in this presentation. So this is the Resilient Florida program, and we have now over 600 million available to support those efforts and really to prepare to deal with those impacts of sea level rise, intensified storms and flooding. Next one, please. And what we did in response to this state initiative was to initiate an effort to put together a set of priority projects based on our resiliency vision. So we have here a vision that is focusing on risk reduction, effectiveness of our projects, really understanding that we have technical resources to implement this process, that we are identifying what we need to do and how to pursue to get those efforts done. We are looking at anticipated future conditions, all population and critical infrastructure impacted, engaging with the public, leveraging partners, and really focusing on also bringing innovative green and nature-based solutions as part of what we are proposing. Next one, please. So for this initial plan that we are putting together, that we put together for year one of this 1954 implementation process, we use information from our flood protection level of service program. Our executive director, Bartlett, already shared briefly about this effort. So this is a program that was established about 8 years ago, And what it does is really assess the flood vulnerability of the systems. Looking at basin wide, so the map on the right here, we can see that we are looking basin by basin to determine what is the conditions, what is the level of service for flood protection, and looking at the primary system, but also looking at the secondary systems that are managed by the local governments. And in addition, this program already identifies what we are calling non-regret strategies. So looking at the system, we identify initial pieces of the infrastructure that we know need to be upgraded now, needed to be hardened. And we also advance specific studies then to look at this. So individual coastal structure hardening needs. And those two reports here contain the most updated information about these coastal structures that is the focus of what we are looking at now. Next one, please. But I want to go back to one point that we talk, our director Bartlett also talked about it, which is like not all the solutions lie really within the primary system. So this is a glance of the results of the flood protection level of service in some of the basins. And what we can see on the left is for current conditions, we already see deficiencies. We knew that. We had that image already showing. So anytime you have like yellowish and orange colors here, that means we are already exacerbating the design conditions in those basins and under current conditions. And when we move to the right, you see that those colors are a little bit more pronounced there, and we have more red and yellow, which means conditions will be exacerbated. So we look at basin by basin, and again, we need to understand that perhaps the solutions to bring back those level of services to those basins are also in the secondary system. Next one, please. I think you have to hit twice. Yeah, one more. So here's a summary of what we have today. So our first plan was submitted to FDP as the basis for our project funding request to the Resilient Florida program. This process is going to go, this document and the process is going to go under public review. We initiated a presentation 2 weeks ago on this, and we're going to be collecting input, especially that is going to be incorporated in our next planning cycle. So every year we have to present that to FDP by September 1st. And what we are using, again, I mentioned quickly, but what we are using as input to this plan are results from the flood protection level of service program. In the phase 1, we already identified those non-regret strategies, mainly in this coastal structures. Then we have phase 2 FPLOS. That's really the pathway for us to bring the local solutions to this list as well. So in phase 2, what we do is we look deeper at the system to understand the limits of the primary and the secondary and tertiary systems, and really list all those projects that are needed, all the solutions needed. And so as we advance phase 2 in those basins, we're going to be bringing those project priorities to our plan every year. And also we understand there are other flood mitigation project recommendations that are coming from additional flood vulnerability assessments done by project partners. And of course, in the future, we're going to have the CNSF playing a major role in this process here. And we are using this plan, the document, to really support our funding alternatives, every grant application, as Drew summarized a little bit before, and also our informing our capital improvement projects and in search for additional dedicated funds. Next one, please. Jumping into the projects, I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I'm going to give you a brief idea of the projects that we have in the plan this year. So beginning with the coastal structures, this is really what we are coming out as a priority need here. And we had to rank them. We had to kind of put them in a list of priority here just so that we can start asking for the funding. But the goal is really to have funding to implement all those coastal structure enhancements that are urgent. So what we did is we organized them in immediate, short-term, intermediate, and long-term needs. We have 23 structures that were assessed here, already identify a $2 billion in costs just to provide this initial hardening, which is refurbishment or replacement of those structures, along with forward pump addition to really restore the design discharge that we have lost due to increasing sea levels. We went through this ranking exercise here, looking at the likelihood of failure and consequence of failure. I'm not going to spend too much time here, but just we look at like every type of vulnerability assessment that we have, and also impacted population, well fields, and critical assets. So just to help us to put those projects in order here. Next one, please. So just one example of a scope here for the coastal structures. We are really looking at improving pump capacity. Also looking at flood barriers and structure gate elevation that would also give additional protection to king tides and storm surge events. Additional backup and redundancy for all the existing and new infrastructure. And also we do have land and real estate needs here for those enhancements. We are going to be looking at that in an adaptive planning approach. We know we are not going to be able to add all the pump capacity needed at once, but really allowing to increase with time as conditions exacerbate. Next one, please. Another project that we have, it reaches a larger set of structures. This is a more short-term type of project where we can enhance them, and this is, I would say, immediate needs to provide some additional protection in the way we operate those structures. So during very critical events, when we have forecasted category 4 or 5, for instance, hurricanes, we need to lock those gates, in some cases open, too early in the process. What we want to do here is have the capacity to wait longer to when those forecasts are confirmed, and then really lock when we need and where we need. So avoiding additional flood risks to areas where the forecasts are not confirmed. So we want to enhance our capacity to remote operate those gates, really risks to our staff that are in those locations, and really enhance those electronic mechanical components in those coastal structures. So those are short-term fixes that we want to be able to advance. Next one, please. In terms of bringing some nature-based solution, we are studying, also in partnership with the Army Corps, we are proposing the development of a pilot study here. This is, we are calling it an Everglades Mangrove Migration Assessment Pilot Study. It's placement of a thin layer material here that would allow the nature to accelerate the way soil accretion and really wetland migration. This is a process that we are trying to prove that naturally we can build protection against sea level rise through this enhancement of wetland in areas. We are going to be testing in South Miami, but we know this has capacity to be expanded and applicable throughout the Gulf and the Atlantic coast of Florida. Next one, please. Another project that we have that is very significant, we have been investing in looking at future rainfall, and in this case, we want to advance a planning project to reduce uncertainty in the way we estimate those future climate conditions and rainfall, really specifically, also evapotranspiration. So we are proposing to advance a state-of-the-art regional scale high-resolution model here for the state in partnership with other organizations to be able to get this information, and also feed our flood vulnerability assessments through the FPLOS program with more precise information. Next one, please. So I was also asked to bring a little bit more information on water supply. I have our Bureau Chief also here in the call to answer specific questions in case we might have later. But just basically, we have a project also as part of our plan that is to enhance our saltwater interface mapping and future conditions groundwater modeling. So we have a program, the district established this saltwater interface monitoring program to evaluate the extent of seawater encroachment into the aquifers all along the South Florida coast. And we have been mapping this since 2009, every 5 years. And we have already looked at some movement in isolated areas in the coast, so really inland movement of the saltwater interface. So having the tools to really simulate the impacts of sea level rise and climate change are critical for us to develop adaptation strategies to protect the water sources. So we are currently expanding our groundwater models to be able to predict those potential impacts and really see how this is going, how those groundwater elevations will be playing in the future. So these models are really the base for our water supply planning efforts. So we have here a staggered approach. So every 5 years, since the 1990s, we are evaluating water supply needs in 5 regions. So really trying to proactively address those water needs in our region. So water supply plans is really the roadmap that we need to get us ahead of increasing those water needs and identifying the sources and the projects needed to meet those demands. Next one, please. Yeah, this is just the map, and the order, I think I misplaced the order there, but this is the saltwater interface map and the lines showing how it's expanding inland. So red is the most recent line, showing the progress inland compared to the 2009, which was the blue line in some of the isolated locations. Next one, please. So this slide summarizes a little bit the relevance of water supply challenges under future sea level rise conditions again. So we just wanted to show that along the saltwater interface line, we have several public water supply well fields. This example is in Palm Beach County, and other counties, coastal counties, look very similar to that. So many utilities from Monroe to San Lucie County have really superficial aquifer well fields located along the coast. Those are susceptible to saltwater intrusion. The number to date, it's about 88% of potable water supplies from Monroe to San Lucie that is really derived from those superficial aquifer systems. And one message here is that it's very expensive to move those coastal well fields inland or replace with brackish waters from the Florida and then applying reverse osmosis. Next one, please. To give you an idea, so of course, on top of the risks of sea level rise, we also have those demands that we need to be taking a look. This is the numbers that are going to be presented now and approved. This is the 2021 Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan update. We are going to approve in our governing board next week. And just briefly, I'm not going to get into too many details, but the overall gross water demands are projected to decrease in this area about 3%, mainly decrease in agricultural irrigated acreage demands. We have increase here in public water support and public water supply, and they are planning to use brackish water from the Florida aquifer treated with reverse osmosis to bring this additional water need for potable water supply. Next one is the same, those numbers now for the Lower East Coast planning area back from 2018, the latest update that we have. And in this plan, we have the water demands projected to increase about 14% in overall. So what we are doing, next one, to help understand and give you an idea about projects on what we are doing to offset those demands and also those additional risks. So first, we are investing in alternative water supply sources. I'm listing here some examples. So brackish water, seawater, reclaimed water, aquifer storage and recovery types of projects, and above ground storage. So in addition to those solutions that are really expanding or adding new water supply sources, we have conservation. As you can see, conservation is less expensive, and we have been advancing local irrigation ordinance, irrigation timers, Florida landscaping, indoor plumbing, education and outreach. So here there is really a consistent messaging from the district in partnership with all the local governments towards this goal of reducing also the demands through water conservation. And then my final slide here on water supply is also talking about what we can do, and we can hit one more. I have two maps coming there. So additional actions that we can do, especially in response to anticipated impacts of sea level rise. So what we have here are the district have authorized some diversion and impoundment efforts in some areas. So it's really with the goal of recharging groundwater, inhibiting the saltwater line to be moving inland, and really creating a buffer against the drought impacts. So in this case here, we have a system made of lakes, canals, basin interconnects, culverts, pumps, gates, and weirs to really allow interconnection and movement of water there to protect this, this entire coastline. One more, please. So basically what the utility in Broward County here, WWS, is doing is really trying to get water from where we have higher freshwater elevations there on the close to the North Regional area, then to bring the canals up and really protect against the saltwater. This is really an example of projects that are going to become more and more necessary in the future to help us to offset those risks. Final one, I have 2 more slides to here, 3. And I love, this is a repeated slide. The Army Corps also had that slide in their presentation, but I think it's really, the message here is that we need to integrate, we need to work in partnership, counties, local governments, the regional complex, and the Army Corps and us as an agency, really to be able to understand how all those types of measures will come along together and really integrate the inland and the coastal flood mitigation strategies. Our plan is in the next slide. I think I mentioned already that we are going to be presenting this every year by September 1st. The important piece here is the local projects will come through phase 2 recommendations of the flood protection level of service program. And we're coordinating with this, using this plan as a reference to really leverage additional funding opportunities. We receive letters of support, that's my last slide there, from several organizations, including the Planning Council, the South Florida Planning Council, to the plan, to those projects, and we are really working in partnership with all our partners and our agencies here to be able to advance those urgent needs here and really build resilience for our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Moran. Wow, that was a very informative presentation, and I did love that you repeated that slide. Like it sums up everything, and it's funny. The more I learn, like I never seen it so crystal clear than that slide that you guys both showed, like the work ahead. And so we're gonna open up to questions from our council members. Senator Geller, you recognized for a question.
Just follow up on the same questions that I asked previously, Dr. Moran. My recollection when we were going over this is that, and this is not a complaint about the South Florida Water Management District. I know you have more things to do than you have funding for. But my recollection is that on the list of chart, if we get all of the items fixed, I think that there were 5 or 6 that we were hoping to get funded out of the 22 or 23 that we need. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct. It's another
okay.
one.
So if in fact we're able to get those funded, we still have the overwhelming majority that aren't going to be funded. And I think you said we were 2 or 3 inches perhaps from overtopping in some. I saw Dr. Otto. Dr. Otto was on briefly, but I see she came and went. But how fast is sea level rising now in your very expert opinion?
So I think
it's accelerated over the last 5 years or so.
Yeah. So I think I like to answer this question by looking at the number of hours that we might have the gates closed per day. And we are getting to maybe 5 hours in average of gates closed, which when we look at some of the numbers represents 25% reduced capacity of discharge. So from the design conditions today, if we have the gates closed at between 4 and 5 hours, we are really talking about 25% of the capacity that is reduced. So that's how we are sizing the pumps to begin with. So let's begin with between 25, maybe we can go up to 50% where we see critical conditions with those pumps. And this would give us at least, depending on the curve of sea level rise that you look at least 20 to 40 years of protection to maintain those design discharge and reduce the peak canal states with what we are proposing here. So to answer your question,
on the 5, correct?
Can you? Oh yes, in the ones that we can implement those forward pumps. So yes, we have a list here. We have urgent needs. The funds that we need are more than we have available here, and the critical thing is what else can we look for? What additional appropriations we have? How can we accelerate the CNSF so we can have also federal funding coming to help us implement those projects?
To repeat my earlier question, sea level rise is now what, an inch every 3-4 years, 5 years, something like that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
okay. So if we're have 22 or 23 barriers, and please, I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting there's any problem with SFWMD. I'm just saying that unless somebody gives me another answer, I'm recommending that everybody dump Bitcoin and electric and invest everything in stocks of companies that build arcs and inland boats, because I still haven't heard any answer how we're avoiding, you know, having 17 of our 23 barriers being overtopped and completely flooded. You know, we're hoping to get money to do 5 or so of the 23, and based on levels of sea level rise, it sounds to me from everything I've heard, and from I believe what Dr. Corrado said, is we were looking at somewhere 8 to 12 years before we were going to be overtopping a lot of our structures on a consistent basis. And I've heard under our best scenario, no plan to get this done in time. And I'm not blaming the Corps, I'm not blaming SFWMD, I'm blaming the fact that sea level is rising quickly and the cost of fixing this is so massive that it's unlikely we're going to get everything fixed. And as somebody who has been representing a West Broward district, I remain terrified and still haven't heard any reasonable solution that will fill me with you know, eliminate my sense of unease. And can you tell me I'm wrong? I'm hoping you can, but thus far nobody has told me that I'm wrong with this sense of unease.
I am a very optimistic person. So I think we're going to find the solutions. And because I am like a modeler, I like to approach a problem by pieces. So the way we look at that is we have, so what the flood protection level of service does is, for current conditions, we're going to look at a very critical event. So we have a day that we have a very intense king tide, like elevated tailwater, and we have 100-year flood rainfall dumping on the same basin, in the entire basin. So that's a very conservative approach. So what we see is where we have, what is the elevation on the primary canals, secondary and tertiary. Then we map everywhere where we see canal bank exceedancy, and we see and we see those areas where we will get then overland flooding. So from the primary canal, from the secondary canal, everywhere we have a place that will stop runoff, we're going to then see pounding or overflow. So what we are doing now is exactly this. We are looking piece by piece. How can we elevate this piece of the canal? How can we add a gate to the secondary system, a pump? How can we add a pump to the primary system to start fixing this more critical conditions so that we don't have everything flooded in the near future? I don't think we're going to have everything flooded in the near future. As I said, very optimistic. But what we are seeing is, by looking at the maps and looking at current conditions where we see pounding, we are going to be urging those repairs, those solutions to be advanced, and piece by piece bringing those, like really reducing those flood elevations in each basin.
Thank you, Doctor. You have not changed my opinion at all, but I appreciate your working.
Senator Geller, let me help you. Let me help you with that. And I should have asked this question. Yeah, I should have asked this question earlier. And so we're very thankful that you guys are coming to us, giving us great information. And I think one of the questions we should be asking, what can we do to assist you guys? And so if we can have the two previous speakers, Lieutenant Colonel Polk, Ms. Velez, Dr. Moran, and also Mr. Bartlett, like, Go ahead, Isabel. Wait one second before you go there. And the reason why I asked that specifically, because like we're going to talk about what we can do regionally, what should be our priorities be, but we should know specifically what do you want us to do to assist you? Because the information you gave was great, but like there's things that you might not need and we might try to come up with. And so I would like to hear directly from you. If the other speakers are still here too, they could have left. What do you need from us as two council representing so many counties? What can we do to assist your efforts, and where should we be directing our conversation later today?
I'll be happy to start answering this question, and maybe our executive director Bartlett is also here. But I think one initial recommendation is if we can accelerate phase 2 studies for the flood protection level of service to all the basins and really identify those priority projects, not only the non-regret strategies that we already identified, but those more comprehensive local, specifically the local project needs that we have, and really understand what are the needs that we have here. That's the first step. We have also one project request through the Resilient Florida Grant Program that is to advance phase 2 assessments to a larger number of basins, and we are hoping we can accelerate this. So that's one effort, really kind of helping us to accelerate those assessments. We got a letter of support from you, and we really appreciate for the plan. So we are working with FDP now to be able to begin those basins where we are ranked the top of our list here, and really see how can we bring all 23, maybe with state funding or find additional funding sources. We have a proposal that we are submitting to BRIC now. Last year, we also got a letter of support from you, and I appreciate if we can get another one for our BRIC proposal at S28 this year. And so yes, having the opportunity to share those results, those project priorities, and receive the support from you is very strategic.
Thank you. Ms. Carballo, did you get those 3 things that she mentioned? So I just want to make sure. And of course, you guys will follow up later. So yeah. Perfect. Okay, we have a question from Mayor Giotti, but she has the most adorable intro too.
I think
so this is the one thing that I love about these type of meetings is that I can do double duty as abuela and mayor. So I'm on the South Florida Regional Planning Council. I am the appointee of Broward League of Cities. So that being said, you know, I see the East Coast and I see the West Coast of Broward County as the most populous and or the most wealthy of the counties. What I don't see is a line down the middle, which is also not very populous, but also economically less fortunate, let's say, than the East and West Coast. They're unentitlement cities that have to rely on state or county funds. They are not federally assisted. So to ask municipalities that are already burdened with so many other things to come up with funds to assist when, you know, South Florida Water, the district already gets funds out of our county taxes, which we all received recently. You know, it's very difficult, and the county already, you know, picks and chooses what they do responsibly, I'll say it. Sometimes not to our liking, but regardless, they, you know, they have a hard job to do as well. So the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, we have a lot of cities in Broward County specifically that are less fortunate that don't have the funds to come up, yet they have canals going through their city, and they're impacted from the east and the west. Because I'll give you an example of my city, we're on the C14. So I get from the Everglades and I get from the Intercoastal. Our city in particular, we hired lobbyists to get funding from the state, and knock on wood, and thank goodness that they did. But there are other cities that don't have that option. And so they have to come up with the millions of dollars to assist them with all the flooding, because flooding is everywhere. And it's from all things, east and west. So I just want you to take that into consideration, you know, because I hear a lot of the east side and I hear a lot of the west side, but the central is just as affected. Oh, power nap might be over. Is just as affected as east and west. So I just want you, you know, when all these plans and all these maps are taken into consideration, is to look at those canals and include them and where their water sources are coming from, as well as just the rainfall that we all take in, because it is. You'll see it on the news. You'll see it on the news. We're in the middle of the city, Hollywood, you know, Sunrise, Fort Lauderdale, all of us get affected. So I just, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ziotti. And that was a comment. And so I don't think there's a response needed. And also we powered through our break, but I got us off schedule. And so we're running behind. There's a question in the chat, Mr. Wise, Greg Wise. His question, are you looking at the impact of cyber intrusion into your resiliency plan?
We have not looked at that yet in terms of cyber intrusion to the plan itself. We have, of course, several other cyber intrusion efforts in our SCADA system as a whole, and all this IT protections that we have been doing, but not specifically in the resiliency context.
Thank you. And that looks like that. That's. Go ahead, Dr.
I was going to say that I think my executive director would like to.
Oh, definitely. Mr. Bartlett, you're right.
Yes, Chairman, it was a great question about how can you help. And I think it is, letters of support are great, so forth. They kind of get sent, they get read, and then they get filed, right? And so it's really the constant drumbeat that's important of state officials and federal officials that are juggling so many priorities and have to fit this priority in as well. So it is, you know, one of the things that I get pulled to Tallahassee during legislative sessions to make presentations on this and that and so forth. And right now, like Everglades restoration, every session I get pulled up for an Everglades restoration presentation of what's going on. But resiliency doesn't get that pull from me as a water management district. Maybe it does. I know Dr. Harada has gone up and presented, but I think creating there is a creation of ownership at state and federal levels of this problem. We all feel it directly. We feel the anxiety in our bloodstreams on what's going on down here, but those that don't live here don't necessarily feel it directly. And so, you know, as opportunities present themselves to have conversations with folks that have to juggle priorities outside of ours, I think those are important to have and to look for those types of opportunities when they arise.
Thank you for that. And it looks like that exhausts all of our questions for this portion. And I'll turn it over to our Vice Chair, Townsend. And sorry for getting us off schedule. I'm sure you're much better, so you can get us back up to speed. Thank you.
I'm going to do my best. I just want to say, Mayor and Commissioner Smith, I think it's great to be able to have our kids at work with us. This is the modern technology, so that's a wonderful plus that's come out of some of this.
Before you get, Isabel, I saw an email. Are we looking to reorder the agenda here, or what are we doing?
You know, I just want to be sensitive to the fact that Mr. Pfeffer has at 2 o'clock. So if Ms. Lowry doesn't mind switching with him, it might help.
That's fine.
Okay.
Can switch.
So Mr. Pfeffer, are you online?
Wastewater treatment technology.
I am online. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Yeah, I've had problems with.
Thank you, Terry.
Yes, you go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and skip to number 11.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And Kurt Heffer is going to be able to do this.
This is the emerging wastewater treatment technology and the future of biosolids reduction and disposal. Take it away, Kurt.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. I've got several slides to go, so we'll just jump right into it. I wanted to focus mostly on biosolids reduction. So a primer, kind of an overview on biosolids, touch on the current regulatory drivers that are kind of changing conditions right now. Some advanced thermal processes on biosolids treatment that would address those current regulatory drivers. And then, if time permits, some other biosolids trends. Next, please. So, evolution of biosolids regulations. Back before the 1990s, it was kind of a free-for-all. Biosolids were either disposed into the ocean by incineration or to landfill, but there were no specific regulations for any of those practices. In 1993, EPA Part 503 regulations put in place rules to control pollutants, pathogens, and vectors. And so there was rules put in place for the land application of Class A and Class B biosolids. And incineration continues to be a viable practices in some regions of the country. And so does landfill disposal, although we'll cover in a little bit. Some of those practices are being restricted more and more as we move forward. Between 1993 and 2018 on a national level, there wasn't really much in the way of regulatory changes. In 2018, the Office of Inspector General had a report, and there was EPA responses on forever chemicals and biosolids. And there's currently a lot of work going on in terms of PFAS and some of those forever chemicals and how those are going to be addressed. As it relates to biosolids, we expect some rules to come out in 2023. Next. So this is an animated slide. If you could stay on this one for a second. Biosolids are basically residuals from wastewater treatment. Over the years, generally as wastewater is treated, residuals and solids are settled out of clarifier settling tanks. Initially, there was no stabilization. There was just dewatering practices to be able to take a very dilute sludge stream, biosolid stream, and dewater, remove some water, get to about a 15 to 20% solids content. It's kind of like wet soil, if you will. And those biosolids were hauled off to landfill as an unclassified biosolid. If you could click, please. In the 1980s, 1990s, there was addition of stabilization processes between the settling tanks and the dewatering and disposal steps. Those are generally in the form of aerobic or anaerobic digestion. Those were called processes to significantly reduce pathogens under the federal rules. And that allowed for land application as a Class B biosolid to pasture lands, and there was restrictions on application rates, buffer zones, setbacks, things like that. Click, please. More recently, after dewatering, there's been additional processes called advanced stabilization processes, or processes to further reduce pathogens, and those have created compost, dried biosolids pellets that are used as fertilizers. Those can be applied unrestricted for land application, also can be marketed and distributed into the fertilizer market. Next. So in Florida, as of a couple of years ago, based on DEP records, about 25% of biosolids is still unclassified and being disposed to landfills. About 30% is being applied as Class B biosolids for land application to pasture lands, mostly in Central and North Florida. And about 45% are now being treated to those Class AA marketing and distribution standards. Next. This is just a couple of maps to illustrate that. On the right is a map of about 130 land application sites in Florida. A lot of those that serve South Florida and the Treasure Coast are in the Central Florida area, Polk County, Osceola. And then there's 39 on the left, 39 sites where biosolids are treated to Class AA standards for distribution and marketing. Some in Dade County, one in Broward, a couple in Palm Beach County, and then throughout the rest of the state. Next. So in terms of biosolids management planning, this graphic is to kind of show that the end use and the disposal markets for biosolids kind of dictate what kind of products are produced, and then the products that are produced dictate the technologies that are selected to meet that. So there's end use disposal markets in agriculture, like we talked about for fertilizer or land application. There's means to recover energy out of biosolids. There's land reclamation and there's landfilling. So each of those end uses that are determined for a specific area, specific region, dictate the kind of products that the end uses need, and then the products dictate the technologies that are applied. Next. So now we'll get into current regulatory drivers. Making the decisions on how to manage biosolids is getting more and more complicated. There's those outlets that we just covered. They dictate the processing technologies. There's pressure on landfill disposal. There's pressure on land application, and we'll cover some of those pressures. And what used to be considered as emerging technologies on long-term biosolids management planning are now, the future is kind of now, and we'll cover some of the technologies, advanced technologies that are being deployed in pilot testing and full-scale demonstration throughout the country. Next. Next slide, please. So landfilling, historically, only dewatering was required, and dewatering to the point where the biosolids would pass a paint filter test. So just apply it to a paint filter. If no free water drained through the paint filter, it was adequate. There's pressure in a national outlook. There's pressure in California to divert organics away from landfills, and that would include biosolids. Also New Jersey and New England in terms of geography. There's also pressures even here in Florida and around the country from the landfill operating companies. The biosolids produce odors. It's hard to work the biosolids materials with other wastes. The biosolids affect slope stability on the landfills. All that results in higher costs and a restriction in how much biosolids landfills are willing to accept, if any. And so that kind of drives utilities to look at other means of stabilization and move to land application or further treatment. Next. There's also pressures on the Class B land application. There's in New England, New Jersey, California. There's geographical issues. In the Northeast, wet weather becomes an issue because when you apply those biosolids to land, high rains can cause runoff and cause issues. In Florida, we'll dig in a little bit to nutrient pollution from runoff after the land application of the biosolids. And there's generally just public perception and skepticism about the safety and health of Class B. So that leads to looking at Class A or Class AA. Next slide. So in terms of Florida, FDEP on land application has recently tightened rules. Many of you may have heard about it or been aware of it. Rule 62640, it's been kind of co-opted into Senate Bill, House Bill 712. This graphic just kind of shows what the issue is. On the left, the biosolids, which are kind of the brown color applied on pasture land, there's nutrients in the form of nitrogen and phosphorus that leach out of the biosolids into groundwaters and surface waters of the state. That's been a contributing factor to the blue-green algae outbreaks that everybody knows about. And so DEP looked at new rules to address that. Next slide. So the Biosolids Technical Advisory Committee was formed, made up of members from agriculture, utilities, haulers, consultants, and academia. There was a series of public meetings to discuss rule changes, and those rule changes were published. There was comment periods. Besides practices to minimize nutrient migration in the land applied biosolids, there was also an encouragement for piloting innovative biosolids processing technologies. Next slide. So specifically, those rule revisions, they apply to land application of either Class A or Class B biosolids. They don't apply to Class AA marketed and distributed biosolids, which is why the trend now is to go to Class AA. For land application sites, there's nutrient management plan requirements, soil testing, groundwater monitoring, surface water monitoring. One of the big issues is that if you're on a land application site and the unsaturated soil depth is less than 2 feet between biosolids placement and the water table, then land application is not allowed without specific testing and provisions. So there's a lot that the land application site managers are looking at. They have to meet those rules by June of 2023. Next. So the statement of an environmental regulatory costs that were done as part of the rule review indicated that there'd be reduced application rates of the biosolids to those land application sites, so more land would be needed. There's limited land available already in South and Central Florida based on sensitive water bodies and local ordinances. So new sites may extend north into North Florida and Georgia, which would increase hauling distances and costs. And so another driver towards marketed and distributed biosolids. Next slide. So those marketed and distributed solutions, basically it's certified compost or thermally dried biosolids that are blended into the larger fertilizer industry. For now, that addresses the Florida nutrient regulatory rules that we just covered. Thermally dried products have an advantage over composting in terms of they reduce the mass of biosolids from 20% solids to over 90% solids, so kind of a quantum reduction in solids quantities. Those processes, you can recover biogas from anaerobic digestion in those processes. And the thermal drying also sets the stage for some advanced thermal processes to deal with those forever chemicals that we'll talk about in a second. Next. So the other issue are the forever chemicals, and the OIG report that came out in 2018 that basically said that there, in the biosolids regulations, there were a series of pollutants and chemicals that were not being evaluated that may pose a risk to the environment and human health. And so those need to be looked at more closely. Next. So there's risk assessments that are going on now for some of those unregulated pollutants like pharmaceuticals, steroids, hormones, and flame retardants. And the flame retardants are basically the PFAS and PFOA compounds of the forever chemicals. And several of those are being classified as hazardous waste under RCRA. Next slide. So the immediate movements going forward are by EPA under this OIG report are to develop a risk assessment tool for land application scenarios and a plan to identify and implement determinations and treatment and regulations for those unidentified pollutants in the biosolids. What all that says is that land application beyond 2022 and into 2023 there's some uncertainty there based on those forever chemicals in the biosolids leaching into the surface and groundwaters of the state. Next slide. So some people will say, what are PFAS chemicals and how did they get there? And it's to see all these products that you see here, PFAS chemicals are used in the manufacture and production of those. Those chemicals go into the wastewater collection systems, into treatment plants. The treatment plants are not set up with technologies and processes to remove those forever chemicals. So they either are released into the water cycle or concentrated in biosolids that are currently being land applied. Next. And so this just touches on the fact that the PFAS are concentrated in the biosolids and the residuals. Digestion, thermal hydrolysis, composting, drying, none of those processes that are commonly used now remove PFAS. And so that becomes the next challenge for the biosolids industry. Next. And these chemicals are difficult to treat. The takeaway from this slide is just that they need to be destroyed thermally to break the bonds, and temperatures associated with incineration are typically required to be able to remove those chemicals. Next slide. Just some of the state regulations. The federal regulations are going to come out in some manner in 2023. Individual states are already taking actions where the issues are more sensitive. Maine has a temporary moratorium on land application. Other states are doing more research to do PFAS testing of their biosolids. Next. So now we'll cover some of those advanced thermal processes. This is an animated slide. If you just stay on this first one for a second, this just kind of shows the water cycle. So from the bottom where it says community, and the red dots are basically the PFAS. So there's PFAS that comes in the collection system, working clockwise, goes to the water reclamation facilities, the wastewater treatment facilities. There's PFAS that leaves in the treated effluent, and there's also PFAS that concentrates to the right in the biosolids. As the biosolids are land applied on the top there, the PFAS gets into the groundwater system. That PFAS can be drawn back up through raw water supplies into water treatment plants. Water treatment plants aren't equipped either to remove PFAS, and so certain levels of PFAS are being found in the drinking water. There's currently a lot of effort going on the water side as well to look at what those levels are, what are safe levels, what levels represent health issues, and so there's regulatory work going on the water side as well. Next, if you click. So the idea here on the biosolids side is to break the cycle and have advanced thermal treatment that can treat the biosolids, and as a product of that, and we'll discuss it a little more, the biosolids are further reduced to a biochar, which can be used for beneficial use, and also what's called syngas, and then the PFAS actually comes out in the syngas, and the syngas can be thermally oxidized to be able to destroy the PFAS. So these kind of technologies, all of them are emerging and innovative. There's a lot of work going on those to be able to break that cycle. Next. So what are some of those advanced treatment thermal systems? I don't have it on the list here. Incineration is one, thermal drying followed by gasification, thermal drying followed by pyrolysis, a technology called supercritical water oxidation, and another technology called hydrothermal liquefaction. All of those would take biosolids out of the land application realm. They have relatively small footprints. There's opportunities for energy recovery. They address those emerging contaminants, and they can be integrated with existing processes at the wastewater treatment plants. Next. So two of those were pyrolysis and gasification. Think of pyrolysis and gasification somewhat similar to incineration, but instead of full combustion with a lot of air supplied, gasification reaches temperatures not quite as high as incineration, and there's a limited amount of air, but there's enough heat and air to be able to decompose the biosolids, and the PFAS is released into the syngas and then destroyed in the syngas. Pyrolysis is similar, lower temperatures, no air, and then a byproduct of the pyrolysis, besides the biochar and the syngas, is also biofuel, bio-oils. These are some pictures on the bottom of some facilities that have just recently been built. Next slide. There are several facilities that have been introduced: Silicon Valley, Morrisville, Pennsylvania, Schenectady, New York, and others. The largest one that we'll see in a second here is in New Jersey. All of those are full-scale operating systems that are being used as demonstration processes to look at the efficacy of full stabilization and also the efficacy of PFAS removal. Next slide. So, for example, there's a system manufactured by a company called BioForceTech. It's drying of biosolids, which again, drying is the kind of a technology to produce a Class AA sludge right now that almost half the state is doing. So those biosolids go through a dryer, mostly solids, very little water. Those dried solids are sent to a pyrolysis unit, produce heat and electricity, release a biochar, and again, that's a full-scale system in Silicon Valley. It's being tested. The initial testing shows that PFAS is non-detectable. Next slide. Another example is a company called EcoRemedy, which makes a process of thermal drying followed by gasification. That's operating in Morrisville, Pennsylvania. 70 wet tons per day of biosolids being treated. It was commissioned late 2019. There hasn't been any testing on PFAS yet, but the results are expected to be similar to the pyrolysis operation. Next slide. And the largest is in New Jersey at the Linden Roselle Sewage Authority. 430 wet tons per day. It's a very large facility, the largest one in the world. They broke ground on construction in late 2019 and expect to start up in near the end of this year into next year. Very promising. It's the facility everybody's looking at as to the proof in the pudding as far as operational success. Next slide. There's also work being done by the Water Research Foundation at the Schenectady facility, the pyrolysis facility. And there's a series of project partners of utilities and engineers, including Hazen, and their goals are to confirm the fate of PFAS in the process, look at energy balances, look at the quantity and quality of that syngas used for energy recovery, and look at the life cycle costs of these kind of processes compared to other processes. Next. Another emerging technology is called supercritical water oxidation. It's a process that's being developed by 374 Water, affiliated with Duke University, being funded by the Gates Foundation and others. In this process, from the left, you can take an organic waste. It doesn't even have to be previously digested in wastewater treatment plants. And with the introduction of air and then very high pressures, up to supercritical pressures, and then very high temperatures, the outputs are clean water, carbon dioxide, heat, and electricity. And so the way those sit in the process is shown on the bottom slide. You would just take the normal biosolids residual streams from a treatment plant, just thicken and dewater them to about a 15% slurry, run that through the unit, and then get, like I say, the minerals, the water, the heat, and the electricity. So it's a very promising process, but it's very early in its stages of development. Next slide. There is a demonstration up in Nantucket. It's the goal is to design and construct this first system that would process 6 wet tons per day, demonstrate that it functions well, and that it meets all the goals that were laid out. Next slide. The last emerging technology is hydrothermal liquefaction by a company called Genafuel. They also use temperature and pressure to convert the organic matter to a biocrude oil and methane gas for energy recovery. Also high temperatures and very high pressures. And they're able to use, they capture 85% of the available energy from the biosolids resources and use less than 14% of that to run the process. The rest is exported for energy recovery. There's a demonstration project at Metro Vancouver, and that's supposed to start up at the end of this year. Next slide. We can click. So this is just kind of to illustrate, if we just stay here for a second, the kind of the decisions that utility managers are looking at here. Historically, biosolids went to landfill disposal, then Class B biosolids were treated to those levels for land application. You can click. As there's higher costs for land application or a complete closure of land application as a viable means, click again. That would drive utilities to Class A solutions for fertilizers and composting and marketed and distributed solutions. If you click again, and again. If the PFAS concerns from the OIG report and those forever chemicals turn out to be something where there's regulations that we need to respond to, if you click one more time, then there would be basically the solutions of advanced thermal processes to produce ash or biochar. And then click one more time or two more times. The other thing is that there's an industry trend towards taking general organic waste that would normally go to landfills and reroute those to treatment plants. And we'll talk about why that's important in a second. Click, please. So some of the other biosolids trends that are out there, regardless of all those other issues we just talked about, within the treatment plants that use digestion as their stabilization method, there's thermal hydrolysis pretreatment and high solids digestion are two forms of intensification of digestion that are meant to increase solids reduction coming out of those plants in the first place, increase biogas production for energy recovery. These processes also reduce the size of infrastructure if digestion facilities need to be expanded or constructed new, and there creates additional opportunities to bring in other high strength wastes like fat oils and greases and food waste for co-digestion, which add revenue streams to the wastewater utilities and also meet the goals of trying to get organics out of landfills.
Mr. Pfeffer, I apologize. How many more slides do you have?
We can skip right here if you want to and go to the end if you're.
Sure, and I apologize. It's my error because I allowed the others to go on a little longer, and so I apologize to you.
No worries at all. I knew I had a lot of content. So if you go to the last slide, when you look at these slides on your own time, there's just some other opportunities out there. So the takeaways would be that landfilling is no longer a secure option. There's some uncertainty between with the forever chemical regulations. There's pressure mounting on land application as dominant practice. And there is some interest in the industry for looking at technologies beyond just Class A biosolids. And some utilities are already thinking ahead and to those advanced processes. And so with that, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Very informative. As we know, this has been a very important discussion topic for us throughout. And so it was good to see some of the best practices that you showed across the country. And so thank you so much for that, because I'll take one question max if anyone has one, only because we're short on time, and then I'll allow our vice chair to introduce the next speaker. Any question? Okay, so thank you so much for that. Our vice chair, if you want to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on back up to item 10, and we're going to have Terry Lowry, who is the Senior Vice President Managing for Jones, Edmonds and Associates. Good afternoon, Terry. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Good afternoon. So I know many of you, and as you will know, one of my favorite topics is septic to sewer. I know that's hard to believe. I am the self-proclaimed septic to sewer queen of Florida. I thought this was my only shot at royalty, and it is a very important topic to me. Next slide. So why is it important to me? I am a 5th generation Floridian, and I have had the privilege of enjoying our waterways for many years, and I want my kids to be able to enjoy our Florida waters and my grandkids in the future. So this is a critical topic to me because I think we have a lot of issues with septic tanks in the state of Florida. Next slide. So from the perspective of the history, and one of the challenges of septic tanks is that this has been a very traditional approach that we've used for wastewater disposal for many years. And this creates a difficult mindset when we talk with folks about moving from septic to sewer. Next slide. And in Florida, it's particularly challenging because we have about 2.6 million septic systems in the state of Florida. 6.5% of the US population, but 12% of the septic tanks. And approximately 30% of our state relies on septic systems. Next slide. Within your region, within the South Florida Treasure Coast region, you're in a little bit better shape from a percentage perspective, in that there are only approximately 325,000 in the 7-county area. But it is still a major issue, and being completely coastal, you have sea level rise as an additional issue that you have to look at. Next slide. And while many of the septic tanks around Florida are failing, even those that are in perfect working order discharge high levels of nitrogen. That's what they do. They were designed for protection of human health, not for the environment. Next slide. And you heard earlier with Deputy Secretary Truitt, him talk about some of the things that happened in Senate Bill 712. But the issue is that we've been looking at this for many, many years, starting with the very vulnerable area of the Keys back in '99, and then the Florida Springs and Aquifer Protection Act in 2016, leading up to 712. And so as we start looking at this as a statewide issue, next slide, there are a tremendous number of stakeholders that are engaged in this process. And it's not so much of a technical issue because we've got the solutions, but we have a lot of stakeholders and we have a lot of people with a lot of different opinions, and they're not all consistent opinions. And so if you look at all the stakeholders and then you look at septic to sewer challenges, next slide. So the challenges, when I say engineering really isn't a challenge because we know how to fix this. It just is a matter of money. It's a matter of sustained political leadership, which I appreciate so many of you on the call today, public education and acceptance, stopping the proliferation of new septic tanks. And oh, by the way, did I mention funding? Because today, where we are looking at cost is significant. Go to the next slide, please. We're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $35,000 and rising per lot to extend sewer. And that very much depends on what's included. It depends on where you have water service, how far you are from treatment facilities. Does your treatment plant have capacity? The site conditions, the density of your population. Then there are other issues about fairness and equity. Who should pick up the tab? And there's been some challenges to the concept of, well, I'm already paying for my sewer if I'm on the system, so I shouldn't pay for yours as you get on. And so that's been a big topic of conversation. But there are a lot of potential funding sources out there, both at the state and federal level, as well as local sources. If you'll go to the next slide. So let's talk about some of those funding sources. And we've seen some changes over the last few years in this arena. The state water quality funding that came out of last year's legislation that was associated with funding the grant program created by Senate Bill 712. But Springs funding is out there for certain parts of the state. USDA Rural Development in rural areas. Some of those CDBG programs, there are several different CDBG programs that apply. SRF, legislative appropriation, and of course this year we have a lot of the American Rescue Plan dollars that are being looked at for infrastructure funding in particular, and at the state level, in particular, septic to sewer. Then on an internal level, you got to have that match. You've got to look for resources internally at the local level to help with the match. And some of the challenges that are really being looked at are, how do we help those folks on the customer side? And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But the first thing that is very, very important, I think, is that sustained political leadership. So if you'll go to the next slide. This is a difficult topic for elected officials because it is easy for an elected official to become unelected based on septic to sewer at the local level because people don't want it, and it's an easy target topic because it's controversial at best. So how do you pursue septic to sewer in your community and yet stay in office so you can continue to help your community? And you're really looking at, how do you have the timing right? How do you build your coalition of champions using, your business community, using your environmental communities in your county or city? Those local spark plugs, how do you get those folks engaged with you, as well as bringing in folks that have an academic resume to convince folks that this is something that needs to be worked on in our state. Because I've been all over the state, and no matter where you go, there's always the comment of, my septic tank works just fine. But that is a key issue. On the impact to residents, the financial impact far and away is the most critical issue. The capital cost and how you present that capital cost. There are things that you have to address relative to construction impacts, disruption of people's neighborhoods during construction. And there's always the operation and maintenance issues. And with different types of systems, that requires a different type of explanation. So it is something that requires a significant public outreach campaign. So let's talk about the public outreach and really moving these projects forward. So you really have to get out there and in front of them to offset their concerns. Because at the end of the day, they really must understand and accept that they're part of the problem. You know, my mother is the poster child for the widow on a fixed income who has a septic system and a well. And she doesn't want to replace her. She doesn't have the money to replace her system. So how do you help that person? How do you mitigate those costs, make it affordable on a month-over-month basis? And that public outreach is very critical in looking at these projects. So now on the next slide. So you want to be prepared with the facts, but it's also important to use a lot of visuals in your explanation, making sure that they understand that just because it's out of sight and out of mind doesn't mean that it's not having an impact. So getting that level of acceptance that your septic tank is having an impact is important. Next slide. Again, the money is the biggest issue. So if you can look at how to explain the finances in ways that they don't hear that $30,000 number, but they understand that you're bringing it down to a dollar figure that they can even relate to. And that's really a big challenge in this process. So looking at how you amortize the connection fees and those big ticket items. And then also some communities have established hardship programs so that people who are really struggling financially can reach out and get assistance from their local government. Next slide. And also with the media, you want to be very proactive with the media. And, you know, I talk about Mango County here. That's in honor of Commissioner Smith out there. But you want the media to understand that what you're doing as a local government is for the benefit of the community, is for the benefit of environmental protection, not that you are, on the next slide, trying to gouge your residents with the sewer program. That's not the intent, that you're looking to maintain the quality of life that you have in your community. And also, if you go to the next slide, finding your local spark plug. There are folks that feel very passionate about septic to sewer that really recognize that this is a critical issue for that quality of life in your community. Find that individual and let those folks be the face of the program. There is, as you are all aware, some distrust out there of government in general, but finding those folks that really are trusted in the community, that don't really have any, quote, skin in the game, as people like to think. I have been called a hired gun before in going into a community to talk about septic to sewer, because people are very concerned about it. They can also be very, very helpful in dealing with holdouts on this topic. So in terms of the proliferation of septic tanks, you really want to engage with the state, engage at DEP, with your health department, really connecting with folks so that we can mitigate that ongoing proliferation of septic tanks. And there are things that you can do at the local level relative to ordinances and developer agreements that can also minimize the septic tanks. So one of the things that happened a few years ago, if you'll go to the next slide, is that back when Drew Bartlett was at DEP, he approached the Florida Water Environment Association's Utility Council about coming up with a document that was not intended to be the end-all be-all of septic to sewer, but just a collection of ideas and thoughts and things that are happening in different locations around the state to provide you with a single source of information that might help you with your program at the local level. And on the next slide, what's included in it is looking at separating fact and fiction about septic tanks, looking at some of the technical alternatives for septic to sewer, discussing the feasibility and the cost, as well as incentive programs, public education programs, elected official involvement, funding sources, as well as some legal and regulatory documents, and then some specific case studies. And this document is now about 3 years old, and we're doing some updates because there have been some changes in it over time. But some of the things that we've learned over time is that money definitely is the biggest challenge that you're going to face out there. Political consistency is critical. Every community is a little bit different. And there is a lack of understanding on how septic systems impact our environment. Another challenge that is faced is that grant funding is more available for wastewater than for water. And so if you have an area that doesn't have water, that increases your costs without those financial offsets. However, water is often an incentive for bringing those utilities to an area, and that's always important. So trying to move us forward, as I said, I have designated myself as the Septic to Sewer Queen of Florida, golden plunger and everything, and hope that if you have any questions or you'd like a copy of the Septic to Sewer guidance document, we can certainly get you that as well. So with that, I thank you for your time and glad to answer any questions if there are any. I promised Frank I would talk fast.
And you did a great job. Is there anybody that has any questions for Terry? I appreciate you trying to get us back on task.
Sure.
Okay, seeing no questions. Is there somebody?
No, there wasn't a question. I was gonna change the agenda around. So thank you for that. Without objection, if we could take all the presenter on 13 to go before our discussion, and I think that will allow us to that will like give us how much time we know we can discuss, we can't, and so we can just pop our other presenters up, and let's get all our presenters in, and then we can finalize with our discussion and moderation and where we need to go. Is there any objection to that of the council members?
Chair Bailey.
Yes, go ahead.
Pardon me, Chair Bailey. I just need to contact DEP because I need to let them know that they're coming up. Senator Rich, I believe, is still here.
Sure. And so, yeah, so maybe we can start with her, and then we can go next to is it
just Joanna? Jamie Monty is not able to be with us, Chair. So it'll just be Joanna for a quick update.
So, yeah, we'll skip him, and by the time that we go, because they're 10 minutes apiece, they should be in queue because that should take us roughly around to that time where they had a time start.
I know you had on your office while you were pregnant.
Sure. So I'm going to kick it back over to Vice Chair Townsend. If you can take us to 13. Oh, awesome, excellent presentation. Our seventh awesome presentation. So we're doing 13. You're going to take us to 13 for the intros, and we have Senator Rich here.
Okay, so we're going to go to the affordable housing with the SHIP funding.
Yes.
Commissioner, is Commissioner going to be doing it? Or?
Yes, Senator.
You ready for me?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Take it away.
Okay, I see a couple of my colleagues on too, Mayor Geller and Commissioner Furr. I don't know if anybody else is on. I saw both of them. I've been working with Isabel on this draft resolution that hopefully you all have seen, which supports increased flexibility for local governments in addressing affordable housing needs. And basically what it does, it modifies gives you all the background and everything, the Alice report and so forth, reasons why this is necessary, but it modifies the current requirements of SHIP funding distribution. And currently the me go back and just say, some of you may be aware that the realtors had a proposed constitutional amendment that is no longer going to be on the ballot. And part of what they wanted to do, I think, obviously was very good, because it would have had all money as the statute says. I mean, and the all money should be going only to affordable housing, which it's not. But it had something else in it that was troublesome, because it enshrined in our Constitution the current funding formula, which is what the problem, as many of us see it, is. And right now, it requires the statute at least 65% of awarded SHIP funding to be each year to be used for home ownership, whatever it is that is put into the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And it indicates that up to 25% may be used for rental housing. And that's where the problem is, because since the Great Recession, Broward and all urban counties, I just want you to know, I'm not speaking just about Broward, all urban counties have had much greater need for rental housing. And due to extreme home prices, for instance, in Broward, a 2018 study by Dr. Murray from FIU Metropolitan Center shows that only 12.7% of families in Broward can afford a home, could afford a home in 2018 at $360,000, which was the average median cost. Now, they are going to be coming out. We've asked them to update our 2018 study. And we know already that a home ownership level will be in the single digits, because it's gone from $360,000 to $464,000, and it keeps rising for an average cost. Plus the fact that last week, I just wanted to give you a couple of these statistics that Dr. Murray indicated that whereas we had 147,000 rental units needed in 2018. He is estimating that when the study comes out as a result of the pandemic and the growth of the population in Florida, that we in Broward will have 504,000 rental households considered cost burden, and of those 271,000 would be considered severely cost burden, which is spending more than 50% of their income. So you can see that basically what is needed is flexibility. So what we are trying to do is to change that formula and urge the legislature and the governor to consider changing the formula from that 65, at least 65%, down to a 50, that any county that has needs for rental housing would be able to use up to 50% of the money for housing, for rental units, and then the other 50% would go for home ownership. However, if what this is suggesting is that if the counties can show a specific need, that they would be able to not be locked into that inflexible formula that says only 25% can be used for affordable housing, because we just know that since 1992, needs and times have changed. Plus the fact, as many of you know, over $2.3 billion has been swept out of the Sadowski Fund since 1992. And now last year, half of that money is automatically gone as a result of legislation. So we need to do as much as we can particularly in our urban centers that are built out to provide more funds for affordable housing. It is the most critical problem in communities all throughout the state of Florida. So that's kind of where we are. And if you look at the draft, you'll see section 1 basically is what we're talking about. The councils urged Governor DeSantis and the state legislature to amend the 2 sections in the Florida statutes to allow cities and counties experiencing deficiencies in available affordable rental units the flexibility to use up to 50% of affordable rental units. So that would be the change. And it wouldn't mandate, and that's the important thing, because we understand the need for home ownership. We're just saying that right now we're looking at the deficiencies all over, particularly the larger counties, in rental for multifamily units. And we want to be able to address what the needs are in the local communities, which I think is, what we're pretty much about. I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Senator Rich.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
I want to just say, I'd like to just say one other thing, that I have spoken with Senator Pasadomo, who's going to be the incoming Senate president a year from now, not this session, the following session, and she is very committed and understands the need for flexibility. So I think we'll have a strong partner, someone that it absolutely wants to look at this whole thing. She's going to have a workshop, I believe. She's trying to pull together a workshop for this session that will go back and look at under Senator Bradley's committee and look at all the history, where we are today, what the needs are. And Dr. Murray from FIU has been asked, he's going to be asked to participate and give an update on the needs, general needs assessment statewide. So I think we'll have some support, hopefully, out of Tallahassee.
Thank you for the presentation. And so this was, I think, disseminated to us on Wednesday with the entire packet. If there's a council member that's here that would like for, go ahead, Ms. Caballo.
Thank you, Chair Bailey. It's just a little reminder that since this is a workshop, because we don't have an in-person presence, that
yes,
we will take this individually to our own councils if we want to do this jointly. So I already have it on the agenda, for example, on Monday, if it's received after this meeting.
Perfect. I was about to move approval, but I guess I won't.
Thank you, Mayor Geller.
I'll do it on Monday.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that important presentation, and something that we definitely, I believe, we need to address. And our vice chair is going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. And thank you for always being with us, Senator Rich.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bailey. Our next speaker is Joanna Walzak, the administrator with the Coral Reef Protection and Restoration Program from the FDEP.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide an update for you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Thumbs up. Thank you. So I'm providing an update on behalf of two different programs within the department that are coral related. The first, Jamie Monty just wanted to send her apologies for not being able to be here today, but she wanted to give an update on what is known now formally, thanks to you, as the Kristen Jacobs Coral Reef Ecosystem Conservation Area. As you all know, this was recently renamed by the legislature in honor of our late great coral champion. As part of that success, the department has completed the first draft of their management plan for this particular location. And the results of all of the ongoing projects that the Coral Reef Conservation Program and the stakeholder team, the Southeast Florida Coral Reef Initiative, are going to be going in to supplement this management plan. A public process to vet the draft plan is currently scheduled, but not until 2023, because there are some key projects that we want to finish up and integrate into the plan until it's ready to go public. In the meantime, they're going to continue doing all of the amazing place-based management work that they currently do and ensure that conversations continue between FWC, other reef management communities, and our local stakeholders, making sure that they have a voice in reef management. Switching to the kind of higher level policy side of the house as it relates to the, especially the joint resolution that you all passed back, I believe, in January. I have a couple updates on the state funding as it relates to the work that we're doing with the response to stony coral tissue loss disease. We've been really successful in treating over 10,000 priority colonies. So these are the biggest mamas out there, if you will. And we are finding adult survivors, which is a really big deal. That means that there are still reproductive populations of these really impacted corals, which is a great success. But we also were successful in bringing in over 2,000 different colonies across 19 different species into land-based facilities to create a rescue gene bank, so that we are able to harness this incredible opportunity and ultimately create this large-scale ecosystem restoration that will eventually need to occur. On the research side of the house, I'll do a couple of highlights of what we've learned, but there are many more than this, so I'll send them in the follow-up. Couple of the keys that I wanted to flag for you are that we do believe that sedimentation, while it is a coral stressor in general, may also be transmitting this disease, and that's relevant for all of our coastal construction projects. We also believe that nutrients and large water discharges may be directly increasing the virulence of this pathogen, whatever this is, by decreasing the health of the coral. And what we mean by that is some of the water quality data that we have paired with some of the disease actual lesion data shows that about 7 days after large water management discharges in Broward and Miami-Dade, there is an increase in disease, both the number of lesions on a colony and the number of colonies that are infected. There's also seems to be a correlation between the same number of diseased colonies and lesions and direct proximity to septic tanks. And we're using septic tanks as a proxy for wastewater infrastructure. We recognize in this particular proximity is 13-mile radius. If there's a dense amount, obviously, our entire reef system in the north here is within 3 miles of the coast. And so pretty much any septic system within South Florida is going to probably be related here, but we're clearly going to be digging into this information a bit more so that it can help us really drive some management actions to reduce those stressors of whatever is coming out through those discharges. I mentioned before that restoration is in the future of Florida's coral reef, and we are working with your staff and partners to develop a proposal to the Economic Development Agency, EDA, for incubating and accelerating the coral, what we're calling the coral restoration economy. This is an opportunity to really create the technical and physical infrastructure needed to really revolutionize and innovate the coral restoration industry. From A to Z, we're going to need innovators on the research side for just coral husbandry, but we also need people to help us with the technology of how to grow corals, keep them happy, and ultimately outplant them. We ultimately hope that this will be an opportunity for volunteerism opportunities, getting our residents and tourists involved in helping literally replant the ecosystem that protects our coastal communities. All of this is in context with the fact that we recognize that we need to address why these corals died in the first place. And after decades of local stressors, the department has clearly recognized that addressing nutrient pollution in the coastal area is a major priority. And so because of that, last year, a $20 million grant was provided specifically for water quality improvement projects within Biscayne Bay. Last year, some seed money went to Miami-Dade County to kind of kickstart this concept. And this year, additional funding will go directly to the bay, which we kind of call the heart of Florida's coral reef, since that is, it is quite literally in the middle of the reef. And we know that that water is coming north and south across all of the reef. The projects that we're funding there are anything from water quality characterization for hotspots so that we can fine tune where we do our nutrient reduction projects, as well as direct septic to sewer conversions, innovative technology to reduce SSOs, sanitary sewer overflows, and stormwater technology comparisons. I think if you guys are interested, I'm happy to coordinate with Miami-Dade County if that's something of interest and get a presentation on all of those amazing projects. But I will leave that to you for future conversations. Moving on to some quick federal legislation and funding updates. We have some really great news on the Restoring Resilient Reefs Act. This is the bipartisan bill that was introduced in the Senate by Senators Rubio and Schatz last year and was passed through the Senate last year. The companion House bill was introduced by Representative Soto and now has 34 different bipartisan co-sponsors, including, I believe, if I'm correct, all of our representatives from Florida, which is a tremendous opportunity. The House recently cleared the bill out of committee with a last-minute amendment that was a major step forward in appropriately balancing the internal budgets through both the NOAA Coral program and directly to us as jurisdictional management agencies, ensuring that our efforts for in-water conservation and restoration projects are adequately funded while also ensuring NOAA has the capability of continuing to grow. So we're going to continue to monitor the progress of this bill, but obviously the support from this body, this joint body, has been absolutely tremendous in helping show the value to our coastal communities. A little bit closer to home, we've been working with the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, or Everglades Task Force, to kind of reconnect the dots. The original definition of South Florida ecosystem includes the coral reef, and over time that got a little lost. And so we've been working with them to identify ways to reconnect those conversations, because these are ultimately two nationally important ecosystems that are both needing large-scale ecosystem restoration. And so where we can pair these messages, I think it'll be very strong. So we're continuing to work on that. We're also looking at additional funding, EPA through their South Florida Geographic Initiative. For those of you who don't know, this is a nationwide program through EPA, and our South Florida program at best, and our best year, gets about $4 to $6 million. Just for context, the Chesapeake Bay gets about $87 million annually. And I'd like to argue that we have some pretty equal, if not better, resources in South Florida. And so we are raising awareness of this major gap and looking, and we'll be working within the department to try to address that in future budgets. Last couple updates. One is that, as you guys recommended, we are continuing to support our ongoing Florida's Coral Reef campaign, including our update to our website and content. So if you haven't already checked out floridascoralreef.org, please do so and become our coral champions. We've also been working across all of our management agencies to develop a Florida's Coral Reef restoration strategy. We recognize that in order to ensure that all of those ecosystem services are provided and restored, we have to look at the system as a whole before we start looking into smaller areas. So there'll be more on that as we develop that over the next year or so. And then finally, we have just recently completed something that I wanted to highlight for you, which is a resilience action plan. And it's part of the Florida Reef Resilience Program. This program historically had focused on climate impacts to the reef, but we recognize that while that is still very important, it's also needing to be in context with all of the local challenges and stressors that we have here. And so the plan itself is just the things that the reef management community recommends over the next 5 years that we need to implement to ensure that the reef has any chance of continuing to be resilient. The plan is structured in 3 main goals. The first goal is enable resilience-based management. That's pretty straightforward. The second is the one I wanted to flag for you, which is support public policy that creates the enabling conditions for reef recovery. And that section does include some very specific targeted opportunities that entities like yourselves could look at for priorities to implement, either as a body or individuals. And the third goal is to enable our stakeholders to support the future of the reef. And obviously that is our continued commitment to making sure that stakeholders have a voice in reef management. So with that, I will wrap it up and take any questions you may have, but hopefully that didn't go over too much.
Thank you, Joanna. Commissioner Smith is here and he has a question.
Hey, Joanna, I've got a couple, I guess, follow-up comments or thoughts or questions. I'm going to try to go back in the order in which you kind of presented things. So on the septic tank and on the stressors that we are now kind of identifying that are part of all this, are you able to separate out the influence of the inlets in terms of what we're pushing out the inlets relative to other discharges? I guess that's a question. The next question is on the federal side relative to the Coral Reef Restoration Act, whatever the new acronym is for it. We sent a letter at the commission meeting last Tuesday that we approved. You've probably seen that from our chair. Is it important, or would it be important for all of our other commission bodies to send a letter similar to that, or are we coordinating that effort so that we can get them to know that there's still plenty of down here from the two regions? And then the third, I guess, question again goes back a little bit. The funding that went to Key Biscayne, there's some discussion in that funding year when that was allocated that some of those funds would be allocated to upland nursery facilities, where I think you had a different the nursery, but do we still need to go back to the legislature, and do we need to ask for further appropriations specific to more upland capacity and further spread out across the region, so that, again, the early conversations about that was if we were to have a catastrophic weather event or something, we don't lose a facility that's housed 90% or 80% or 60% of the samples of the growth that we're trying to regenerate to put back out on the reef. So I know there's a lot of different questions in that piece, but Ian, can you talk about those?
I will do my best. So starting with your first question, right now, no, we can't tease apart the water quality data yet. That is something that we are aiming to do. We're still getting just baseline, and as you know, we've established about 3 years ago a baseline offshore water quality monitoring for the first time in this region, with only St. Lucie and Government Cut having a little bit longer than that as a baseline. We are only, on the data set I mentioned, we're only looking at Broward and Miami-Dade at this point, although the efforts intend to be expanded. It will take us a little bit to tease apart what we know and what we don't know about this data set, but we absolutely are trying to dive deeper into that data to figure those things out.
Yeah, because one of the pieces to that, Joanna, and I keep harping on this because at least up at the north end of all this, biosolids, are certainly a contributing factor to all this. And I know that we need, we've made great movement relative to the legislature and the DEP and whatnot on innovative technologies.
Mm-hmm.
But the more that we can prove, the more that we can document what we're contributing across the board to the stressors, if you will, I think continues to be super important. Oh, the other question too, if you can write down and respond to this one too. The economic analysis study that we have put in at NACO and we've also put in at FAC, is that still something that we are all supposed to be focusing in on?
All right, I'm going to start with the water quality.
Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. Sorry about that.
That's it.
That's it. More done.
Doug's done after this.
Okay, so going back to the biosolids and water quality, yeah, it's going to be the biggest challenge is to parse out what is coming from the upland water management discharges, or is it just that it's pushing out a slug of water from the urban area, and teasing apart those two things will be very important, especially to the biosolids conversation, because if we can show that it's really primarily coming from one or the other, obviously that'll focus a lot of our efforts. I think either way, as we've seen in previous presentations to this group, getting the phosphorus out of our system either way from all sources is important, and I think that comes from both. So I think there's always going to be support for that from the Coral side of the house. You mentioned Restoring Resilient Reef Act letters. I will always appreciate anyone who's willing to put their support forward for that act. It is literally our only legislation, congressional legislation in all of the US for coral reef management and funding, and it hasn't been reauthorized in 20 years. This is the closest we've ever been, and we're really close. So we just need to get the House to take a vote. I cannot officially answer your third question as a state employee who's not allowed to ask for your support in legislative funding, but I can tell you.
I could rephrase it this way, Joanna. Do we still need additional upland capacity for both storage, but restoration efforts and for growing additional coral restoration pieces?
Always is the answer. We were successful in using some of that money from last year to supplement, to start doing some of that work. And so I'm sorry that I skipped over that part. I didn't mean to. That we absolutely did fund multiple institutions to do some applied research to both help us understand how to better grow disease-resistant corals and start building the technical ability to grow these things. Part of which was University of Miami created a new coral husbandry fellowship. So actually a training program to get people hands-on experience at 6 institutions across Florida on how to learn how to do this stuff. And then part of that is also how to build and maintain these systems. But that is absolutely something that is continuing to grow, which is why we're going after that EDA funding, and we continue to look for opportunities to bring in more folks who can help us understand workforce planning and all of the pieces that we biologists don't quite understand. And then the last question you had was on the economic analysis. That has been identified as a continued priority of the county representatives for the coral reef management areas, as well as the place-based management teams. So Jamie has identified that as a priority. So please, yes, continue to support efforts like that.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else with any questions?
Yes, you have, yes, please.
Mr. Furr, Commissioner Furr?
Yes, thank you. Good to see you, Joanna. And I imagine you've been on this, have you been on here all day today? Had a chance to hear all this?
I wish I had been able to join you all earlier because I got to pop in for a couple of conversations, but no, I multitasked.
Okay, and I asked that because there's kind of a thread that is tying all of these different presentations together. And it really does it does go toward water quality, a lot of it. And you were talking about, you had 3 things that you were pushing forward. The second was supporting public policy. In particular, is one of those things that you think ties it all together, advocating for the advanced water treatment plants that would take care of all, when we were talking about the PFAs, all those kind of things. Is that when you tie all these together, is that the key to it?
That, sir, as you know, is a very loaded question for a coral biologist. However, you asked it to me a couple of months, or almost a year ago with the COVID blur. And I have been trying to find the answer for you.
Okay.
I don't speak water quality very well, and so please forgive me for anybody who is on this call that does, and I answer poorly. My understanding is, yes, that is the gold standard for as much as we have the technology. But the reality is that it still does not take out all of the things that we might be concerned about as they relate to coral health in water quality. And so I don't remember if you participated in the discussion with the presentation from the gentleman who was, I think, funded by the Gates Foundation, if I remember correctly. He came in from the West Coast and gave a presentation on a pilot technology.
Okay.
That would separate out the elemental pieces of wastewater. Opportunities like that to look at innovative technology, I know are tough to integrate, especially at these regional scales. But yes, advanced wastewater treatment is the gold standard in general, but if we can continue to explore these innovative opportunities that really get especially the phosphorus and nitrogen out of this system as much as possible. But we also were worried about all of the pharmaceuticals and endocrine disruptors that are making it into the system. And so there is
right,
no...
and we were listening to a guy earlier that was talking about all the, I think it was the biosolids as well, and getting all those, I think it was PFAs, if I'm not mistaken, all of those things out. And I was assuming that was talking about not only the nitrogen and phosphorus, but also the pharmaceuticals and all that. And I was assuming that's what that was talking about. And and that new plant that I guess they were doing in New Jersey, does that reach that level of where you think where we need to be at?
Since I didn't see that particular presentation, I'll have to get back to you on that, but it sounds
Okay.
like that's the direction we need to go.
And do you think that kind of ties all this together?
I think there are so many different pieces of coastal habitat, everything. All of the ecosystems that are in the water are going to be stressed by the similar things.
Yep.
So seagrasses, mangroves, everything.
I say that, and I go back to, and I know we've been talking about this for a couple of years, but when we look at those 5 outfalls that we've got, and it really comes back to that, in my mind. It comes back to looking at that and seeing how we deal with those, and what we put forth here between these two planning councils, what we should be encouraging and advocating for, and which one first. I don't know which one first, but at least start doing one of them, and trying to figure out, if we can be doing that and replenishing reservoir aquifers at the same time. We need to tie these together in a good way, because there is a thread that goes through all these presentations. So I hopefully we can kind of maybe come to a consensus on that. But I do think, and that's why I'm kind of asking you, if building the advanced water treatment plants is like you said, the gold standard, that would kind of pull it all together. I guess that was more of a comment than a question, because I know you have to be careful. But thank you for all you're doing. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke. I don't see any other questions. I don't see anything else in the chat box. So, Chair Bailey, do you want to go back into item number 12 now, which this conversation leads us into the open discussion
Sure.
with Frank?
Sure, but let's frame this, because there's a couple things. So we can't take action today, and I just want to see how we want to go with this. So it's definitely useful, best use of our time. And so, Frank, what would be your suggestion into having this conversation, allowing everybody to chime in, but it doesn't go on when yes, we're going to discuss the next step, but I just want to make sure that we everyone's time, that we don't waste if that makes sense, if we can't really. So.
Sure. No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. So when Tom and Isabel and I and a few others talked about this session and what would be productive, we felt it was really, really important to establish a base of understanding and information. And the presentations that you heard today are phenomenal, because they do bring to light the fact that there's actually a lot going on. If I go back to the comments that I made at the beginning of the meeting, I have been diligently taking notes as each of them presented, and where we find ourselves right now is that, and this I'll throw back the question to the two chairs. About a third of the folks that were originally participating in the meeting have now left us, so unfortunately we won't get the benefit of their insight and knowledge. And there's a big question that needs to be asked. To have a meaningful conversation about water policy and next steps, one of the threshold questions that the councils need to decide is whether or not they want to engage at a macro or a micro level, because we heard conversations relating to both. There's interesting conversations going on at the state level, and certainly a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about relates to that, and things that the legislature are looking at and potentially planning on doing. But then we also heard requests and appeals from some of the presenters for very specific actions of things that may be more timely that the councils can do now. I know that we talked about pushing off the discussion of funding, because that's an enormous issue, into another meeting in the future. So had we gone with our original plan, our goal at this point was to talk more about values and priorities. What was important to us? What were the areas that we wanted to focus our efforts in, and then identify specific steps with regard to those. But we're facing basically a 24-minute window based on the original schedule, because I believe at 2:30 you wanted to go into open public comment. Actually, at 2:20 you wanted to go into public comment, and so that's probably not enough time to tackle that. So I would respectfully suggest that if you really want to have a meaningful discussion, then probably now that you've laid the groundwork, we can have one of these and really tackle the issues. But if there are a few matters that the board members heard that require more immediate attention, certainly they can give you direction, or you can give them the staff direction to say, let's get an email out or a letter out or a reso out about supporting X, Y, or Z that we heard about today.
Okay, so I really like that. I think the resos and the letters, I think everyone can do. My recommendation, and I'll see if Vice Chair agrees, we have another meeting, and we don't have any additional, we've had the presentations, but you in the interim kind of consult with staff about kind of what you, and we put together some action items. Hopefully we will be able to do it before my chairman rolls over. I would like for it to be in public, a public meeting in person. I'm pretty zoomed out. And then we just go now to public comments. And then we come back together, sit down, no more presentation. Okay, these are the actions we're gonna take, but you can work with staff in the interim. Your thoughts, Vice Chair Townsend?
I think because there is almost 100 people still on here, there might be some conversation to be had. So I'd like to open it up at least for a few minutes to see if there's somebody on here that has something, and then follow through with what you said and go back to that. But I do want to afford the opportunity to anybody that's here that has stayed that might have a question.
Sure, but so two things. So that will be what I would think the public comments portion.
No,
The board.
on the content of what we're doing, I think I'd like to try and.
The council members. Okay.
Yes.
So okay. So any council members comments, questions before we, because I would definitely, because all the public, I want to make sure that we definitely have the opportunity to have everyone heard. So any council members, thoughts, comments, questions?
Commissioner Smith.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Frank, there's something for years that we've been talking about, and I think all of the presentations, all the conversation, Joanne's presentation, for me, what does tie it all together, Beam talked about it a few minutes ago, there to me seems to be the need to have an organizational structure that carries on into the future, regardless of who's chair of the regional planning councils, who the Senate presidents, as House speakers are, the governor. There needs to be a continuity through time that never loses sight of the 100 different things we've talked about today. How do they get structured? What becomes important? Who's gonna, who and how drives that ship into the future? And at the same time, continually works on building consensus on what is important. What's the priority sort of the state, of the regions, of the counties, and the cities. And on the funding side, whether we can talk about funding today or we don't talk about funding today, we talk about it tomorrow. At the end of the day, the advocacy side of this for me is really why I've been talking for years about this. Frank's been talking about this for years. A structure that somewhat mirrors FDOT's structure, I think, is one that hopefully we have a resolution of the Association of Counties that we'll be talking about next week, that we moved at our policies board meeting a couple of months ago, that will make it to our final adoption in Walton County coming up in a couple of weeks, that really does ask the legislature to engage in a structure or to create a structure that is meaningful, has power, has clout, that keeps the water policy as all things everybody talked about today in front of us and into the future. And again, regardless of who the speaker, the president, the governor is, that body stays consistent through time. It has sort of a requirement built into it that every 5 years or every period of time, like the FTP does, it gets reviewed, it gets looked at. Because again, ultimately, in Frank's presentations through the years, the financial side of this thing is enormous in terms of getting all things water right or fixed. And so in my mind, we need an advocacy place that never loses sight of that, constantly is working the numbers, constantly working the strategies, and also gives the private sector, the industry that builds this stuff, fixes it, works with all of us to do whatever the plan strategy is, a reliable funding source that they can bank on going year after year after year, that we don't get into spikes and valleys because of the whim of a legislature or the whim of a governor's office. It's like FDOT, that money keeps rolling from year to year to year. And therefore, these enormous costs that we look at, that we see, have absolutely this advocacy, built-in system that keeps it moving. And so I appreciate everything everybody's talked about today, and I agree with everything and all the points. And this is what has been driving me on this idea. It is because it's so complex. It is because there's so many moving pieces. And who ties it all together? And who makes sure that the long-range plan, just like our transportation plan, is pushed along year after year after year and grinds it out? And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time, and those are my comments.
Could I say something? Is that appropriate for me to make a comment? First of all, I look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks at FAC. The encouraging thing is, I think for the first time in my entire 30+ year career in water resources management, I've had the most meaningful conversations, I want to say, in the last 2 to 3 weeks with members of incoming leadership on this issue that I think are like-minded with regard to this matter. I think they see the need for a structure that is unique to water, that uses the transportation model. And I think that we're going to have some very, very interesting conversations around that. But I agree with you. If there isn't structure brought to all of this, then we continue to move in disparate pieces, competing against each other for limited financial resources, and only making occasional gains based upon the priorities of the leadership at the time. And so I look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. In fact, I think you'll be really encouraged by where I think we're going.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Sure. Senator Rich, we didn't get a chance to ask questions for Senator Rich. So if anyone had any questions on that resolution, I think she's still available. I just want to make sure that we didn't speak too fast through hers also. So any questions on the resolution regarding seeing none? Okay. We're good to go.
Is there any other council members that have any other questions or comments they want to make? If not, we're going to move on to item 14.
I just got a chat. Laura Moss would like to speak. Is that a council member or is that public comment?
She is.
She's a commissioner from Indian River County.
Sorry. Okay, perfect.
Commissioner from Indian River County. I don't have any questions regarding the particular matter. This was more of a general comment. I've enjoyed hearing all the information about water. It is a very primary concern at this point in time. What I would like to see going forward is to tie the discussion of water to a discussion regarding development, because we all know how many people have moved to the state, even very recently, and to discuss water in a vacuum, so to speak, and not taking into account development, I think leaves something to be desired. I'll put it that way. And I found today very helpful. So so thank you for today. This would be a comment for a future discussion. Marrying the two together. That's water and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Any other comments?
There's one more. Laura Bernard. Was that also a council member, or is that public? Okay, perfect. So that will be for public comments.
Chair. Go ahead. Can I jump in here?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to follow Commissioner Smith's comments because I think it's, I think he's kind of showing a way that we may be able to, through the planning councils and maybe through all the planning councils in the state, putting together some kind of framework. Maybe they're already doing it in the legislature, and I don't know it, Frank, and maybe that's what you're speaking of. And if they are, great, then we don't need to do this. But if they're not, is it worthwhile for us to try to map one out to kind of help that along? That's really my question. I think Doug's on the right track there. And that would kind of give a framework that we could kind of all get behind. Because he's right. I mean, these are huge things, huge amount of money, and I think he's on the right track there.
If I may, Commissioner, the leadership, the future leadership is on the same page with regard to getting there. They don't have a map. So if you all want to put a straw man out, I think they would welcome that, but they definitely agree that we need to be better organized than we currently are with regard to how the resource as a whole is being addressed.
In that case, then I think it would be worth, because we have a history of these two councils working together and really putting forth some, a couple big things. This would be a big thing, but I don't think it's beyond us. I think it's something that we could actually tackle and try to put together, put a framework together, and then try to see if other planning councils might go with us. And then if we're able to get all of them, put it forth toward the legislature. That would be a pretty strong effort.
So Beam, I think that the brilliance of that strategy, I think between us and FAC, and what Frank's working on, and we've got John Kalinsky coming to Walton as well. I think FAC and the regional planning councils together, I think could do exactly what you're asking. We could put that framework together in an outline of a structure that I think would be well received and certainly has support even in the current legislature.
I think that's a good idea. I'm happy to help wherever I can.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Sure, Billy, do you want to move on to item 14 and open it up to public comment? And if there's anybody from the public, if you want to go ahead and send a chat, if you'd like to speak, we'll recognize you. I know there was one person that had asked earlier.
There's a Laura Bernard
Yeah.
and Drew Martin.
Hi. So this is a public comment. And first, this was very informative and educational, and I support all the collaboration. Just as a citizen, I'm responding to the idea that there's yet another structure, because it seems to me that there are many agencies working on this. And what I would hate to see is yet one more layer of structure that doesn't have any authority or any clout or any funding. And I'm sure that you all feel the same way. And so I just get nervous when people say, well, let's just create another organization, if that was indeed what you were trying to suggest. So thank you.
Ms. Bernard, I don't think that's what they actually meant. I think it was just for us to try to get a plan together between us and the South. To merge, to work together, to have an overall long-term plan, like we do with some of our other agencies, like our transportation and TPOs and stuff like that.
That was kind of the example. Because the water, this is Tom Lanahan talking. The water issues are very fragmented the way they're managed now. And so the idea would be to, I think, to try and align the management of them. But this is early on, so there'll certainly be opportunities to look at that. And I don't think anyone here is looking to set up, some layer that doesn't accomplish anything. The idea is to try and make the funding and the project management more efficient on these things, and have it be able to execute things consistently over time.
Okay, Drew Martin has something to say. Mr. Martin?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Drew Martin. I'm with Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club in Palm Beach County, Martin County, and St. Lucie County. And I have actually been listening to the whole discussion since 10 a.m. this morning, and I really compliment you on having a wide range of very valuable speakers and covering a number of excellent topics, which are very timely. My concern is that on the drainage issues, and I agree with the fact that you need to move forward with the study, but I really question whether the long-term canal system could fail, and not anytime soon. But I just feel like, depending upon the level of sea level, and I'm not sure that engineering solutions are going to solve that if we keep developing on all the open space that could be holding floodwaters. And I'm talking about areas like golf courses that are, people are deciding are not functional. Those should be reserved as open space. Existing agricultural areas, particularly areas like outside the UDB in Miami-Dade, the Ag Reserve, the EAA in Palm Beach County. And one of the difficulties in Broward is I think Broward County really has not left much land open. So I really think that we may ultimately need to move towards the model, which was originally how South Florida drained before Europeans came here, and that was to drain down the center of the state, rather than the existing canal system that goes out to the ocean. That ultimately, if the ocean rises to a certain point, you may not be able to utilize the gravity. And I'm not sure that putting in a lot of infrastructure like pumps will ultimately solve the problem. And we obviously can't build, walls like in somewhere like the Netherlands because our ground is much too porous. So I think what we should be doing is looking at slowing down development on open space areas and utilizing those areas to capture floodwaters. And particularly I'm talking about existing agriculture and existing golf courses that may not be functional for their existing purposes, but could still be retained as open space by Florida and the various counties and cities to hold floodwaters as a way to mitigate the eventual loss of the canal system the way we rely on it today. So again, thank you for letting me make public comment.
Thank you, Drew. Linda Smith.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Linda Smith, Palm Beach County. Unfortunately, I only hopped on halfway through, so I apologize if I'm speaking to something that was discussed earlier. But I do believe that affordable housing does need to be expanded, but I do believe it needs to be located in urban centers, again, to try to keep the green space that Drew Martin just discussed open. It needs to be located along transportation networks, existing sewers, existing electric, existing water, et cetera, et cetera. I also believe that the green space and particularly agriculture needs to be preserved. Palm Beach County is kind of the breadbasket for the entire eastern coast of the United States. And eventually this could become a matter of national security. And I don't think a lot of our local representatives are quite understanding that, in my opinion. I have spoken to some Florida representatives, and unfortunately, in my opinion, they still don't even get sea level rise. I have concerns about trying to build our way out of this, and I just don't think we can build enough seawalls and really affect it that way. And I wish you all luck on all these water quality issues. It's a little bit scary, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anybody else from the community that would like to speak? Okay, we'll go ahead and we will close public comment. I'll bring it back to you, Chair Bailey, if you'd like to go ahead and move forward with your council comments.
Sure. If there's anyone from the South Florida Regional Planning Council that would like to have any comments, and this is before we adjourn, any final thoughts. So we'll just go around. Commissioner Furr.
I think I've talked enough.
Same here.
Yeah.
Mayor Diotti? Okay, and those are all that I saw on camera. So it looks like we don't have any.
Just a thank you to everybody. Great job. Presentations were incredible, so I really appreciate it. Opened my eyes to a lot of things, so thank you for that.
One other thing.
Go ahead.
My stock in ARC companies.
We saw that in the chat, sir. Did I miss anyone who's still present? Alicia, did I miss anybody? Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Townsend.
Thank you. Is there anybody from Treasure Coast Council that would like to say anything? Any comments? Seeing none, I don't see anybody. Wait, there's a comment here.
Oh.
Okay, Ms. Smith has thanked everybody. I don't see anybody that's got any comments, but I do want to thank everybody that joined today and that has stayed on the entire time. I want to say it's been an honor to share with you, Chair Bailey, and I'm looking forward to where this direction is going. I think there was a lot of good information out there today.
Thank you, and it was definitely an honor to share with you, and thank you for getting us back on time after I veered us off track. And thanks to all the people who, from the public, who just sat here today and listened to the very important issues that are facing our community. I was very serious. I would like for us to come back together really soon and have a meeting, and when we talk about actual next steps. I think we've heard enough of the presentation. I think we have a lot of information. And so hopefully we'll get together and then actually put some stuff out as a joint council. With that, our next plant meeting currently scheduled is March 18th, but hopefully we'll be able to do something in person before that so we can finalize that. And I just want to thank you all for being here. Seeing no objection, Senator Geller.
Before you go, 1 second. Can we just as a thought, can we ask our respective executive directors to reach out to FAC and just kind of talk about framework and language for what that could come back to us with?
Yeah. Did you catch that, Mr. Lenahan and Ms. Carballo?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Smith, for that. Okay, seeing without objection, Senator Geller moves we rise. Everybody have an amazing weekend.
Thank you, everybody, for staying on.
Thank you. Good job, everybody. That was great.
Everyone, thank you.